We're good?
We're good.
Excellent. Imut Kwathquagan Kwannepe, Imut Namugris Ethnon, Richard Hardy Ethnon. My name is Richard Hardy. I'm the chair of the Comox Electoral Area Services Committee. Welcome everybody this morning. We're going to get started here. First, we'll start with, again, bringing everybody's attention to the emergency exits over to the left and over to the right. And washroom facilities, if you need, can be accessed through the hallway here on the back side of the lunchroom here. So we have a pretty busy agenda today. We got a number of different items, but first and foremost, I guess we're going to get into some delegations. So the first one I think we're going to call on is Denman Island Community Education Society. Right.
We'll receive delegation.
One person's here in person and one person's
Oh. So we have two people involved in the delegation here. So just a reminder, we got 10 minutes for your presentation here. And let's get into it. Thanks.
All right, Paul, are you going to start?
Is it working? Yeah, there we go. All right, thanks very much. I just have a couple of introductory remarks, and then Dylan Gale is going to go through a very short presentation. I got involved with a committee on Denman Island. It was roughly 2 years ago today. And it was to build a community structure that was going to take into account recreational activities, a farmer's market, arts program. And I would say at this point in time, after 2 years, we've raised the majority of the money, but we're short a little bit. And we're here in front of the council today to seek your support for additional funding. We have everything lined up as far as ready to go. We have engineering drawings that have been approved by engineer and architect. And we have all of the site use permit. And so we're really just ready to start, but we need a bit of extra money. And Dylan's going to go through what the status of our funding is and what we're seeking. So I'm going to turn it over to Dylan now. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, so if we can go to the next slide here on the slideshow. So basically, I mean, a little history of this project is actually that it started off as a bit of a COVID response thing. So the idea was to try and get a structure that would be safer for COVID, for people to play sports and to hang out on rainy days. And the process that ensued kind of made it clear that the community was actually more interested in a long-term legacy structure rather than a quick tent-like structure. And so more funding was acquired over time, and we worked with community groups to come up with, a plan that would work for a whole bunch of sports, for concerts, and for the preschool and the school. So there was a lot of user groups involved in getting it to the size and kind of aesthetic that it is at now. But unfortunately, through that and the fact that things have taken a while, our budget has gone up. And so even when some of the funding was applied for a couple of years ago, the budget has increased since then. And we're finding ourselves short about $65,000 at this point to be able to build the structure. And part of the issue here is that DICES, which is the Denman Island Community Education Society, is a very small organization, and the risk of starting a project without having all the funding in place is just too much for that organization to take. So basically, I would like to just talk about what funding sources we have and kind of why there's this bit of a crunch now. So we have funding from federal government, provincial government, local organizations, private donors on Denman, and even a $7,000 commitment from the CBRD. The federal funding is partly through the Canadian Community Resiliency Fund and partly through Healthy Communities Fund. And the one kind of important piece here is that we have actually managed to get extensions on our funding from all our funding sources for another year, but we did not get an extension from the Canadian Community Resiliency Fund, which is administered through Pacifican. And so they want us to spend their money by the end of March this year. So we've kind of hit this crunch moment where we really have to make things happen. And so, yeah, total commitment of funding at this point is over $275,000. And I believe it's $342,000 is what we need to have in place to begin construction. And I should note that that includes a 10% contingency. So about 31% of that's actually contingency funds. So, we aren't, there is a chance that we could build it cheaper, but we want to be conservative with that. We don't want to get ourselves, 3/4 of the way done and then be stuck. Can we get the next slide? Thank you. So yeah, the expenses. So one thing we've done is try to figure out how to do this in a little bit more of a streamlined way. So when I say there's a $65,000 shortfall, that is kind of that is a shortfall for phase one, which is a bit of a bare bones, get the structure built and in place. It would still be functional, but ultimately we would like to refinish the concrete pad. We'd like to put in basketball hoops. We'd like to have removable boards. So there's a whole bunch of things that could be added on and eventually would be, but they aren't necessary for us to actually, consider the project a success. So I guess that is to say, if the CVRD was able to support us and we came in under budget, which I can only hope that we could do, then we could put money towards completing the project in its entirety. And so there's not like a risk of overfunding the project. Yeah, so you can see in the numbers there, it's another $50,000 for phase two. And I guess we didn't mention, and I'm not sure if folks had a chance to read what I said, but there was actually a pad. There is an existing pad in the site there, and that pad was poured in the 90s with the idea of having a covered structure. My understanding is that where the recycling center is on Denman now, that space used to be used. It's at the old school, so that there was a covered space there that was used for skateboarding and floor hockey and kind of like an always open outdoor space for teenagers and kids to play in. And when the recycling center went in there, there was a promise to the kids at the time that there was going to be a replacement, although it didn't pan out. Okay, let's do the next slide. Yeah, so how can the CVRD help? Well, I mean, obviously it's a money question here. We're fundraising right now. We have a GoFundMe. We're reaching out to all our funders and seeing if they can increase the amounts that they're funding us. We have our MLA and our MP working on talking to the funding organizations. So we're doing a lot of trying to figure out all the bits and pieces. But honestly, we're coming up a bit against a bit of a time crunch here, and because of that, this kind of reaching out to the CVRD is a big step. And I think in terms of what could be achieved here is a really great piece of infrastructure that's gonna really serve the Denman community, and I would say beyond the Denman community as well. I think a space like that could be something that people come and visit, come use, and there will be concerts there. There will be, there'll be community events that attract people from the whole valley. So we're asking for money. 65,000 would get us going and kind of take the stress off the scramble. I mean, if that's an unachievable amount, a lesser amount would totally help. And I think, I think we have momentum right now. but we certainly do need an infusion of funding to make this project a reality. And yeah, I guess it's probably the basis of it. And I'm happy to answer questions if folks have questions. There's another slide, which is the budget, which we could look at, but I don't feel like that needs to be necessarily examined. If folks have questions about it, I'm happy to answer them.
Director Harbour?
Yeah. We just need to press.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks to the delegation for coming to present today. I was actually part of the inception of that project when Emily Gwinan was the coordinator at DICES, and we had the COVID group for Denman Island, and we met regularly right from the onset of the pandemic. And I remember Hornby ended up putting up the structure as part of a school project, and that attracted the eye and realization that on Denman there was a nice opportunity. And I guess that 7,000 really achieved its purpose at the time when we assigned it. The goal was to use money like that to show some local government involvement and a little bit of money at the table in preparation of applications to other funders. At the time, I think we had a total hope for a budget of about 90,000 or 100,000, as I recall. So thanks for telling the history of what's happened between now and then, because I've lost a little bit touch with the project. So I guess there's a couple of thoughts. One is the principal pot of money we could probably use for this likely is the Community Works funds for Hornby and Denman, and there may be room in there for that. So I think we could be amenable to look at that. I know there's other demands, but on Community Works, but we have one project that may not move forward, so that might actually help. There's also other demands right in that area. So when you talk about the phase 2, I'm interested in seeing your phase 1 complete so that you can meet your other grantors' requirements. And the phase 2, maybe we could look at some other time, because there's other demands for Community Works on Denman. Like I was approached by another group. Well, there's always a trail, the Cross Island Trail, which is highly popular for those funds. But we're trying to leverage that with other monies. And then right downtown, there's initial talks about trying to improve the walkability and bikeability right in the downtown part. So also a benefit to all of these groups. But basically what I would say is, what I propose to the other directors is maybe we could look at a Community Works fund allocation, and maybe I'll negotiate you down a little bit, Dylan. It's good to ask for everything, and Bob. But what I would say is, it'd be nice if we allocated an amount, but if you actually come in under, that the amount get left in the pot. And so that we look at funding phase 1. And if you said a 31% contingency, but if you don't use it, because there's so many projects on them and that can support. So I want to make sure you get to the finish line. And then for your phase 2, maybe a conversation for next year as we get fresh budgets. That'd be my input for today. Any comments, Dylan or Bob, on that? Or
Yeah, I mean, that was something we were floating, and I guess I kind of dropped it off, was the idea of having a sort of guarantor to help us feel confident that we can finish it. And I think what you're describing there is some kind of arrangement where if we come in under budget, we can put the funds back in. I mean, Randy Churchill of Churchill Timber Frame has been working with us to create the budget and, to kind of bring us forward. And something he has said is, I think we can do it for cheaper, but I'm going to give you a conservative budget. And partly he thinks that there is, savings opportunities with getting in-kind donations from suppliers and contractors for part of their work. And certainly I've reached out to, both the cement companies in the valley. They both said they'd give us a deal. So there is this kind of hope that we can do it under budget. And I just, it doesn't it would be foolish to assume that we're gonna, you know, get everything for half the price or something. But I think certainly it's the kind of thing where we might end up doing it under budget, and we would be happy to put the funds back in the pot if that was the case.
Sure.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Is this, there we go. So one other thing I should have said at the start is as well is that we undertook extensive community involvement from the get-go. There was a lot of articles in the Grapevine, the local newspaper, that explained what we were doing, seeking feedback of what we were constructing, which led to the outcome of a timber frame. There was, as Dylan talked about, there was a couple of options we considered. Community said they didn't like the look of the structure with just a steel frame and a cover over it. And that's where we then decided on a timber frame construction. We also did consulting throughout this period of getting feedback from the community. We would go to the local farmers market, and we would had a series of questions to ask people what they thought about the structure, what they thought there was the use for. And I would say over 90% of the people that responded to that survey were in support of what was going to be constructed. We don't want to construct something that's not going to be used and it's just sitting there empty. There's going to be multiple users that will be having the option to use this structure, whether it be for sport activities such as pickleball, basketball, soccer. And there's a daycare center right next door, and they need a space to play in the winter. They currently don't have one. So there's and as I mentioned, art services and community feast and outdoor concerts are all part of the thinking, which is how we ended up with very strong community support for moving forward with this project.
Thanks. Edwin, you had a question, Colin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, congratulations on the tremendous amount of work you've done to get to this point. I mean, it's not easy. You have to navigate the labyrinth of senior government bureaucracy and squeeze every dime you can. Of course, we had much the same kind of a structure go up at Black Creek. The Black Creek Hall Association put a structure up, but I think they did use steel to save a few pennies. I understand that Director Arbor's talking about using Community Works funds for this. And my question would be more to the staff, that how fast can we mobilize that money for them? Is it something that we can just bring forward to the board tomorrow and make it happen, or?
Mr. Chair, I'll just refer the question to Kevin Duval.
Thank you very much to the chair, to directors. So certainly, yeah, I mean, with some direction from the directors, we could certainly take that back, look at what all of our options are if we did want to consider the use of Community Works funds. I mean, you know, once that was authorized, we would certainly have to take that recommendation forward to the board. But as soon as we kind of had that in hand, then we could certainly move forward with finalizing arrangements with the group to transition those funds.
Because it is rather large for our old grant and aid, our community, rural community grant funding. It's pretty well eat up the whole year supply. So that would be an option if the director would be willing to bring it forward. So thank you very much.
Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, the one thing on that last point that I would say is that, you know, the funds themselves don't need to be, they wouldn't need to be in our bank. Like, we have enough funds to do a bunch of the work at this point. So it would be a commitment for funds that would get us started, and the funds could come, you know, I think as late as June to actually, yeah. So just to make that clear, that there's cash flow at the moment is not the issue as much as, you know, the commitment to funding.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Oh, we have a follow-up from Mr. Arbor.
Yeah, so building on that, to Graves for the delegation. So what will probably happen is, if the directors here agree, by 3 o'clock today, by the time we get through this massive agenda, maybe under new business, I will propose a motion that we direct staff to allocate up to X amount for this project. And then maybe if staff is amenable, that could go to the board tomorrow, and then we'd let the team work with, continue to work with DICES on the details of that.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vote on receipt. All in favor? Carry. All right, next delegation, we're inviting Mr. Tim Ennis from the Collaxville Land Trust to come up.
We have a PowerPoint coming up. I'll get started. I know you're short for time. Good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here. Okay. Thanks. Really a great pleasure to be here with you this morning. And thanks for having me as a delegation. Your presentation today, I understand, is going to come to you in two parts. One from me here this morning, and then another part in camera with some of the details that are more appropriate for in-camera sessions later this afternoon, or not exactly sure on the time, later today. Anyway, I would like to speak with you today about this phenomenal project that the Comox Valley Land Trust has been working on. I'm sure that many of you have heard of it. Be sort of surprising at this point if not everybody in the valley has heard of it at one point or other. But we're undertaking a really exciting and large land acquisition project in the headwaters of Morrison Creek. And I think my next slide has a map. We'll get to it in a minute. But I just want to highlight a couple of the things that make this conservation area so special. The Comox Valley Land Trust, of course, has a strategic conservation plan where we've looked at essentially every piece of private property in the entire Comox Valley and strategized around which pieces are the most important ones for conservation, all the way from, Cook Creek to Oyster River and everywhere in between. And this one popped up through that rating system as being the most important place for conservation in the Eastern Comox Valley. It is the largest, most intact piece of unprotected core wildlife habitat that we have left in the Comox lowlands. And a couple of things that make it really distinctive. One is the amazing and robust salmon runs in the area, super high fisheries values. And there's some really interesting hydrological reasons why that is. It's because this watershed is fed by springs. So the water flows in Morrison Creek are always robust, always cold, always stable. Even in October 15th of this year, when everything was drying up, all the creeks were drying up, Morrison was just flowing like normal. So it's a really amazing, stable, climate-proof hydrologic system that really bodes well for the future of salmon and other creatures that rely on those types of habitats here in the valley. It also has sort of a particular significance to species at risk. In fact, there's a species you can see in sort of the middle section there called the Morrison Creek lamprey that's found only in Morrison Creek and nowhere else on planet Earth. So it's considered federally endangered. It's super rare, really, really unique to our area. But it's not the only species at risk, of course. There's red-legged frogs and you name it. There's about a dozen different species at risk that we've identified that occur in this area that we're interested in. And, the other factor I'll just mention is that because the area is so swampy and wet and difficult to traverse by people, it really isn't accessed by that many people. And as a result, the wildlife populations in there are robust. Like this is one of our trail cam shots in the bottom right of black bear. A big one. There's lots. Same with cougars, everything. It's just a real amazing hotspot for some of the wildlife that we would like to keep around in our community as we move towards the importance of biodiversity on the landscape and increasing international, national attention on that issue. So a really phenomenal project. We're really excited about it. And maybe I could have the next slide, please. So just to kind of overview where it is, you can see the property is bounded by the Inland Island Highway. I don't know if I have a laser pointer, but roughly also bounded by Bevan Road in the south, kind of. and Lake Trail Road to the north. Essentially surrounding what we now call Kakmot, the conservation area that we worked on in collaboration with the CVRD some years ago. So we think of this in the sense as the phase 2 of that same project, although it's a much larger phase 2. Total area being 751 acres, if you like acres, or 306 hectares if you prefer hectares. So a significant piece of conservation work. The land is entirely owned currently by Manulife Investment Management, Timber and Agriculture Resource Group, formerly known as Hancock. And we've had a great deal of success working with those folks over there at Manulife on a variety of other projects, Cumberland Community Forest, et cetera. So they're a great team. And so we've got a purchase and sale agreement already in place, fair market value, and we're moving forward with our campaign to raise the funds that we need to close and to make the deal happen. Closing date end of this fiscal, so March 31st, let's say. Yeah, we've got a tremendous amount of funding support into this project from Environment and Climate Change Canada, the BC Parks Foundation, the Sitka Foundation, Habitat Conservation Trust Foundation, and others. But I would also just really point out that our local community fundraising campaign has blown away all expectations of what we had for support for this from this community. Just a phenomenal amount of support has come in for this project. So we're right on the precipice of being able to close this deal. We're definitely within striking distance of the finish line. And we're hoping that the CVRD will contemplate being a participant in this project with us, as has been the case in so many other great successes that we've had together throughout the valley from end to end. So that's going to be sort of my part of the spiel, I think, and I believe staff will have some more details about particulars relating to specific amounts and budgets and things like that later on in the session. But I'm happy to pause there and look to the directors for any questions they might have. Thank you.
Director Harper?
Yeah, thanks, Tim, for coming over with this this information and this project, which has been in our awareness. And we're sort of a neighbor, not quite with the landfill, or at least the CSWM service is there. I guess most of the land is in Cumberland.
Yes.
Right. And a little bit in the regional district. There's probably a little section in there.
Yes. If you see the star on the diagram there, to the north of the star, there's a horizontal east-west line.
Yeah.
If you were to take that line and carry it further to the west, that would be the delineation boundary between Cumberland and the CVRD's electoral area C.
Right. Great. Yeah. So very precious land. And another question I had was, there's been talks about in our active transportation master plan to connect Cumberland better to Courtney. And is any of that land in those like, okay, so a better question, what would be the vision for that land? Would the vision be to basically, not put up a fence is what I mean, but, leave it in a park light status as much as possible with no trails, or is there other thoughts that the land trust has?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. The general concept is to manage it as like a conservation area. So conservation first, but that is not the same thing as putting up a fence and saying people aren't allowed to go in there anymore. There is an existing network, I think what you'd best describe as old logging roads that weave through there, but there's not very many because of the wet, swampy nature of the property. And those old roads that are in there are used by the community at the moment for various types of recreation, including horseback riding and, walking, things like that. And so I think that we would be looking to continue to allow that activity to happen, but probably not wanting to build too much in the way of new trail, if you understand. One thing that's interesting in the existing property that is jointly owned by the CVRD and the Comox Valley Land Trust, the Kakmot property, is there is an existing trail there that's a loop trail, and the loop extends off of that property onto this subject parcel and back on again. So there is an advantage to just maintaining the existing trail infrastructure we have in that respect. But there is a connection between this property and Courtney, given that Morrison Creek flows from Cumberland into the CVRD electoral area and then down into the city of Courtenay. So there is already a natural kind of flow of movement, if you will, between Cumberland and Courtenay in this watershed.
Great. And one final question, are you going to bring this presentation and request for support to Courtenay and Cumberland as well, or where your main target right now?
Cumberland, I mean, my understanding is that they don't have, like, there would be a logical partner as well, obviously, right? And my understanding is that they don't have capacity to really take on a lot more at this point in time, particularly in terms of management. In this scenario, what we're looking to understand is whether or not CVLT and the Comox Valley Regional District could be, again, jointly on title and joint owners of a portion of the area. The owner of the rest of it will close in the name of the BC Parks Foundation. So that solves our sort of ownership issue, if you will.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. And through the chair and CEO to Tim, keep up the good work. As you know, my opinion has always been that this is the very last chance we have to save some of these prized areas of the Comox Valley from any development. Long time coming. You know, obviously, as you say, Cumberland does lack capacity, even though most of this is in their territory. And so it falls on I guess, the regional district being the overarching authority and our park service. But I guess we'll drill down to some of the nitty-gritty details in the in-camera, because you talk about land or legal, so it would have to be in camera. So yeah, so we talk about Manulife, that's the old Hancock, right? So that's who they are, is Mosaic and Manulife now are the rather than Timber West and Hancock Timber. I guess they turn over a new leaf for maybe a new conifer branch or something. I'm not sure, but but as far as the rest of that property going towards the Puntlish River there, the Puntlish Trails, that is also Manulife, correct?
Yeah.
And if not, it is BC Hydro, but Manulife have an agreement to harvest the timber that goes way back. So there's
slightly to the off screen to the north, there is a large private parcel that's in the ALR that's owned by a local family. But other than that, yes, Manulife owns the vast majority of, you know, what you see on the screen that is west of the highway, other than what you already own with water treatment plants and waste management infrastructure.
In your discussions, was there any talk about that piece?
Yes, indeed. We have a number of irons in the fire, if you will, with Manulife, and there is another exciting project that will maybe come to your attention in a future time that's near here, just sort of to the north and west of what we're looking at right now, another fairly significant piece. And also our minds go to ensuring that this conservation area does not become an isolated island disjunct from all the other natural areas around it. So we're strategizing around how we can make some really robust wildlife movement corridors between the lake, between the river, and of course downstream on Morrison Main Stem itself. So one thing, and first step first would be, you know, acquiring this. But yes, our minds are certainly going to how do we make sure this is resilient into the future and a part of the bigger network and bigger system.
And we do have established now an actual regional park service that is in its infancy, but you know, all that plays into the bigger picture over time. You know, whether we can get connectivity from these wild areas and do all the things we've been talking about doing for the last 25 years. So, but anyway, keep up the good work, and I'm looking forward to some more information.
Thank you. Yeah, we look forward to when the Regional Park Service has really got its legs underneath it, because I know together we've always been able to accomplish great things, and through that service, I think we'll be able to amplify our work together in the future. So.
Thanks, Tim. Any objections to receipt?
Okay,
none.
Super.
Thanks.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon, everybody.
All right, next item, management report. Thanks.
And staff are available to answer any questions if there are.
Any objections to receive the manager's report? Okay, carried. Next item we're dipping into is a report with regards to public input for the financial plan.
And Mr. Chair, nothing to receive at this time. This is a placeholder that will be on your agendas throughout the financial planning process. It is where we will bring forward any input that we receive from the public, and we encourage that. So if you are receiving input yourselves, please ensure that's passed on to staff. Otherwise, anything that's received by the office will be provided to the appropriate committee that considers the budgets for which the topic is. And just to say to the public and those in attendance that we will be hosting a workshop next Tuesday, February the 7th at midday, that will dig into the financial planning process and describe the budgeting process that we have for the benefit of the public. So encourage people to attend. That will be available on our website following that as an information piece as well. So nothing to report at this time. We will bring forward any items that we receive in terms of feedback as we go through this process.
Edmund?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through the chair to Kevin, I'm going to repeat pretty much what I said in the previous meeting. I've been getting some questions out there on basically around the enormous amounts of reserves that we carry in our services. Now, I'm sure some of these people are probably used to growing up in municipalities and don't really realize that electoral areas are quite a distinct, different animal in that every single service or function we got is a standalone silo that has its own tax requisition, its own administration, legal, bylaws, reserves, borrowing, and that basically, unlike municipalities, we don't have a slush fund where we can move stuff around. And as a result, we have to make sure, and the fact that we have to put reserves aside for various capital impending capital projects and capital replacement projects. I just wonder if Kevin could maybe elaborate a little bit for our viewing public out there.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Through the chair to Director Grieve. Absolutely correct. I can certainly add to that. So yes, the regional district currently manages 102 distinct services across the Comox Valley, and each of those services do need to be fully self-supporting. Unlike a municipality that may have, offer a number of various services, have a single taxpayer and reserves that help support all of that various activity, we have to keep each of those services distinct and unique within themselves. So any funding that is generated within a particular service stays within that service, as does any surpluses and or deficits that may arise from year to year within those respective services. And you're absolutely correct. Because of that structure, we do need to maintain separate reserves for a number of those different services. And those can be, of various types of reserves, from what we call future expenditure reserves, which are basically operational reserves that help support any of the ongoing activities that may be taking place within that service, and would also be there to help support any unexpected or unplanned expenditures that may arise from time to time. We also do maintain a number of what we call capital works reserves, and you spoke to that. Whereas, as we're looking forward towards our 10-year plus financial plan for capital, we look at kind of what we will require to support those various projects or initiatives, and we'll then be putting away what we feel is appropriate dollars way into the respective reserves to help offset those costs. We're always looking at how those capital projects are funded. So that could certainly be a combination of reserves, potentially debt, potentially grants, if those are available. But certainly that's really kind of what drives our needs to kind of have those dollars put aside as part of a strong and solid fiscal framework.
Thanks, Kevin. So we're just moving to next agenda item. Is that right? Well, I didn't think it was a reason. Okay. So motion to receive then? Okay. Sorry, I thought it was just a placeholder from what Russell was saying. Okay, so moving into reports, we have Electoral Area C site specific exemption to floodplain management bylaw. Thank you. Discussion.
Thank you very much, Chair and Directors, and Dylan Thiessen is here to describe this report, introduce the applicants if they are here to make a presentation, and answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Russell. Through the chair to the directors, the staff have received an application for a site-specific exemption to the floodplain management bylaw for the property at 1412 Seaview Road. The lot is currently undeveloped and the applicant purchased the property in order to construct a single detached dwelling and use the property residentially. Being within 100 meters of the sea, the applicant hired a professional engineer to prepare a geotechnical report relating to flood hazard per the requirements outlined in the floodplain management bylaw. The report indicates that the year 2100 flood construction level, that being the height off the ground the dwelling must be built so as to avoid potential floodwaters, as being 5.35 meters, which the applicant will be able to meet. However, the floodplain setback determined to the year 2100 extends beyond the property itself, leaving the entire property within the setback and thus requiring an exemption from the bylaw as permitted through Section 524 of the Local Government Act. The professional engineer included in their report mitigation measures to protect against flood risk, which support a recommended floodplain setback of at least 15 meters from the sea, and concludes that the land is safe for its intended use, provided that their recommendations are followed. Staff are recommending that the exemption be granted as the geotechnical report will be registered on the property's land title through a restrictive covenant. This covenant will indemnify the regional district in the event of a flood and will include a condition that a post-development report be prepared to ensure that all mitigation measures as outlined in the report have been achieved. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have on the application, and I will note that the property owner, Glenn, is in attendance as well.
Edwin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Imagine the property owner's surprised when he ran into all this red tape. But at least you got the height. I know what that's all about. So I do commend you for your perseverance, and you know, you'll get to the end game sooner or later. But my gosh, I mean, things that were just taken for granted even 20 years ago now is just it's a good make work project for all the professionals out there, whether in survey or engineering or what have you. And I know I'm just putting a little addition on my own workshop, and you think I'd be building a Taj Mahal with all the reports I have to put forward to put a table saw in there or something. So yeah, I do commend you for, you know, keeping it going forward and checking off all the boxes. It's not easy, I understand that, but you know, at the end of the day, our job is to protect the corporation of the CVRD from any liability. And I guess that's the reason why we need this checklist so that's so extensive. But I would commend our staff as well for working with you and you know, bring this about to the appropriate conclusion. So thanks again.
Daniel?
Thanks. I wasn't going to chip in, but based on Dr. Grief's comment, I don't think that this is just red tape and frivolous work. Anybody who's paid attention to what happened to Palm Beach this fall, and what we didn't have 20, 25 years ago is the reality of climate impacts and having to do those floodplains. Yeah, it's at the owner's own risk of how we build now. We saw that with Palm Beach quite clearly, where billions of dollars of real estate value was lost recently. And Saratoga, the entire area is low-lying and right on the beach. So I don't think this is frivolous work that's being done. Thank you.
Vote on receipt. Carried.
Recommendation. Second.
Thank you. Vote on recommendation. Thanks. Carried.
Move update to the advisory planning commission bylaws.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair and Directors, Lisa Dennis will just provide a brief explanation as to what is proposed with these bylaw amendments.
Thank you. So thanks through the chair to the committee. So following this recent election, all three electoral area directors have decided to move forward with their advisory planning commissions, as well as the agricultural advising planning commissions. And we have been running a recruitment program for those commissions. And so in the meantime, staff have taken a look at the two bylaws that govern those commissions. There was one for the APCs and one for the Ag APC, and just done a little bit of housekeeping before we get these new group of people in for their commissions. So mainly looking at just cleaning up some language, clarifying language, doing some new gender neutral terms, reference to CVRD policies, including the code of conduct policy, updating a few references to legislation, and just general procedure and clarification of voting rules. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Edwin?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and through the staff. I noticed that there's absolutely no remuneration for any of these positions. And that begs the question once again. I know that during the election campaign, there was some comment around volunteerism in general and the fact that everything has fallen off the rails. Organizations that like the Comox Valley Exhibition Society are down to 7 members from 32. July 1st committees down to 5 members from about 24. The service clubs are all down to a rump of their former selves. And, you know, places like Comox Nautical Days, they have to pay their volunteers $20 an hour to turn up. So it's a very different world. And the new generation, whether or not they're just too busy with life or their devices or what have you, but it's not the same culture anymore. And we see that even with our policy committees, when we see the same faces show up on every committee, and they're down, we're actually banging the drum to try to get people to come out. I think our agricultural APC is in need of some more members. I'm going to be on the phone, see if I can get some people to put their name forward. But I'm just wondering, do other jurisdictions, any other jurisdictions actually, and I'm not saying a major per diem, I'm just saying acknowledgement, you know, recognition of the fact that you take time out of your day to put yourself forward. I know that at the election campaign, Director Arbor was at the same debate I was at, and we were asked that question, and I kind of broke up the crowd by saying, you know, ask not what your country can do for you. But, you know, times have changed since the early 60s. So I'm just wondering, do other jurisdictions do something in the way of acknowledgement and appreciation for their volunteers?
And Mr. Chair, I'll just ask Jake Martins to come forward, General Manager of Corporate Services, to provide some insight and see if he can answer your question.
Thanks, Jay.
Thank you, Chair. So the short answer is no, other jurisdictions do not provide remuneration because the Provincial Act actually precludes it. So it's not permissible to pay. They must serve without remuneration. So there are reasonable expenses that can be reimbursed, but the remuneration is not permitted under the Act.
Got a follow-up there, Ed?
Yes, I certainly do. So it's the devil in the province that made us do it. So if you want to take this to the next level, it's something we should bring forward to UBCM for advocacy days, because I do think times they are changing. And it's the level and the quality of the volunteerism that we need at this level. So, but we can give out gift cards, correct? Much like some kind of appreciation. I think we do something at Christmas time, give a little $20 gift card out or something like that. That's the full extent of what we can actually do under the legislation then.
Jay?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we do look to annually hold a bit of an appreciation dinner with the members. COVID had changed our course on that a little bit, but and the one other thing to note is that we do provide a small stipend for the recording secretary as that person is undertaking the duties to take and provide those minutes afterwards. So
When was the last time that was raised?
we are suggesting a
1950?
small increase to that as part of this change. So I think that's one element we recognize as well.
So not even a babysitting certificate for somebody who has to get a babysitter. I'm just saying, thank you.
Thanks, Edwin. So any objections to receive? Objection to receive? You're saying yes?
Did we make a motion to receive? We did, didn't we? Just a matter of, call the question.
Thanks. We'll figure this out. It's the microphone. It's making me nervous.
I'll move the recommendation then as written.
Thank you. All right, building services project update. Oh, sorry, vote on recommendation. Call carried. Now, building services project update. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair and Directors, and I'll call on Alana Mullally, General Manager of Planning and Development, to introduce this report. And she'll be supported by her staff to provide you a project update with respect to this.
Thanks very much, Russell. Through Mr. Chair to the directors, I'm here to present our update on staff's work to streamline our building service delivery, including updating internal building permit application, review, and inspection service procedures, and improving communications with building permit applicants and the development industry. Our work to date has been informed by a number of key principles: achieving outcomes in the public interest, providing certainty, transparency, being flexible, and being timely. The report in Appendix A identifies the challenges that we have identified in our service delivery, and the report body focuses on 4 and identifies the solutions that we are implementing. And Amanda and John at the end of this will speak to any questions that you have on those specifics. Back in September, you also asked us to look at building inspection service models elsewhere in the province. The report speaks at general level to 3 sort of broad categories of approaches that prevail in British Columbia municipalities and regional districts, and identifies at high level some of the implications of each. The first model, peer reliance, although not at all common, is more likely to be found in BC municipalities than in regional districts operating building services in electoral areas. So versions of peer reliance, and simply put, peer reliance is shifting responsibility for BC code compliance and life safety to third-party professionals at the expense of applicants. Versions are used in the city of Campbell River and to a lesser extent in the city of Courtenay. The second model, which we've labeled as RD typical, is akin to our delivery model, whereby we work directly with owners and their professionals to ensure the health and safety of persons and property by confirming that their building project and systems generally conform to relevant CBRD bylaws, the BC Building Code, and other applicable standards. And it's through the issuance of a building permit that we provide assurance to both current landowners and future property owners that these standards have been met. In the electoral areas, our building permits also ensure compliance with the requirements of other agencies, such as Island Health for on-site servicing, the Technical Safety Branch of BC, so electrical and gas, and BC Housing Registration. The third model would be the absence of building inspection service, and examples of this exist on both, as you know, Denman and Hornby Islands, as well as areas A, B, and C of Strathcona Regional District. The report does take a stab, as I said, at identifying some of the implications that we see in each of these after having conversations with staff in these jurisdictions. And if you're interested in us exploring more detail, including legal ramifications of moving towards either or partial move towards either of these models, we'll report back to you with more detail. In respect to next steps, because this is an ongoing body of work, we still have a way to go. I didn't say this right off the hopper. Our turnaround time is now 9 weeks versus 18 when we came to you back in June. I know that was a really important number for you, and it's been important to us too. So moving forward, our efforts will continue to be focused on communications, consultation with industry, automation of some of our processes, and implementation of the STEP code. With that, I'd like to turn the lead over to Amanda Yasinski, our Senior Manager of Building and Bylaw Compliance, and John Crockford, our Manager of Building Services, to field any questions that you might have.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks staff for the report. It's good to see that come forward and probably through a combination of the good work of staff and also the context changing. It's nice to see the improvement in our building permit time. So I focused a lot on ELS because at the time in August, we asked for consideration of transformative, and I think you delivered that today in terms of the option, in terms of the administrative service model. So, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it does highlight that the one we utilize states that clearly CVRD plays a key role in certifying compliance. So we really put ourselves on the front line of those processes. And the first one, the peer reliance, I'll let other directors have questions, but the one I'm most interested in is really the eliminate the inspection service as we see. And I did not know that area A, B, and C in Strathcona were like Hornby and Denman. So that's probably Quadra and Cortez and Seaward, the Seaward area. So that's Gerald Wally's area. So I had questions about the last two things because I'm not sure I'll ask for a detailed report because you put some asterisks on there if we want more information, but depending on your answer today, maybe we'll spare you the research. But so it says that if you can comment a bit more, it says affects the ability to influence a wide range of construction, life safety, and environmental consideration, including GHG emission on Hornby and Denman. I think most Hornby and Denmanite would not have that on their side that it does that. I think they see the land use bylaw as really putting the parameters on size and siding and the rest of it. And I'm not sure if they have a greater GHG footprint. So I'd just like to learn a little more what is inferred by that. And second, when it says the last point is the volume of other CVRD bylaw infractions, I'd also like comments on that. How is it that us not being in charge of certifying compliance and the entire process would lead to a range of other bylaws? So it's commentary on those two for the islands and not the islands, but for that administrative service model would be interesting if you can enlighten us.
Through Mr. Chair to the directors, I'll tackle the first one and then I'll turn it over to Amanda to speak to the bylaw piece. So on the GHG impact, the reference there is really just that we both the provincial expectation and the way that our planning approvals and building approvals have been set up rely on the building permit as the vehicle or the mechanism to trigger a lot of our requirements. And so that's not to say that those communities don't do anything about reducing GHG, but they don't have that tool at their disposal. So the land use bylaw, for example, the official community plan, if we're using development permits, you can, for certain types of construction, require specific improvements be made in order to, whether it's create a net zero building. We just don't have a framework for that. So if this was a model that you were interested, we'd want to really think about how we could tackle that independently. And then on the volume piece, actually both John and Amanda, I think can give us some good examples about what we anticipate we'd see with the removal of the building permit.
Through the chair. So with the absence of building inspection, if we look at just our zoning bylaw on density and build out, at the building permit stage, when someone comes in for review and application, we're checking with their in proximity to a hazard area, environmental development area, site plan as far as setbacks. that mechanism isn't in place and it's people are building to what the zoning bylaw says, we don't have that preview, that conversation with that applicant or that property owner. So then it falls back on just the zoning bylaw. If that's built in contravention, could be built too close to a stream, could be built, beyond the density the zoning allows. The zoning bylaw does not allow, and we've been before you on many legals on this, the ability for a do not occupy or a stop work. That's not something that is built in as a mechanism through a zoning bylaw or land use delegation for a local government such as ours. The building bylaw and the Building Act gives us every ability to have that do not occupy, that stop work. So without the service, we're relying on more of administrative application for enforcement on buildings, and to be honest, quite after the fact.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Go ahead. Sorry, Chair, I turned my mic off. Yeah, that seems to make good sense, I guess. Yeah, I can see how, especially in tough situation, if you have to go to zoning, I know what that means from on the legal side. It's so much. So it begs the question of why those jurisdictions are sticking to those models, because the one advantage I would imagine of that model, unless you correct me, is that it's probably cheaper because you're really not doing building inspections. You're really just relying on your site permit. So from a planning perspective, it's, I'll review the two budgets for the islands versus ours, but I'd imagine it'd be cheaper. And then I guess it's how many zoning lawsuits do you get involved in? Because you're right, I've seen on the islands when the wheels fall off then it's expensive and takes a long time to address concerns. So I thank you for clarifying that. So, and at the GHG, my last question would be, even though we don't have that building permit, you called it a vessel for basically all the consideration of the building phases. But I imagine that step 3 and step 4 will apply equally to those jurisdictions that don't have those inspections. So when implements, this will be for all BC. So I wonder how the province is going to try to make sure that places that have the no inspection and no permit, I'm not sure how it's going to get audited or insured, like I guess probably through the signing of the architect. I don't know, right? So do you have insight in that or?
Through the chair to the director. I don't have insight on how it works for municipal or for areas that don't have building inspection services, but for areas that do, we collect the pre-construction report, the mid-construction report, and the post-construction report, and that outlines how the specific project has met the requirement for either step 3, step 4, step 5.
Edwin?
Hit me. There you go. Thank you. First of all, let me preface it by saying that I think our staff does the very best they can. But because it's just part of the day-to-day job, I think maybe the severity of what just happened in the past year or so didn't really ring true, didn't ring home maybe. When you have builders building, tradesmen lined up, an owner who's already sold their house, all their life savings basically tied up in a transaction, and for this thing to drag on for month after month after month, you don't see the ramifications. The contractor has to lay off staff. A lot of them are young people with families that are impacted. And it's not just a red tape issue. It's an actual human issue when it gets to that point. Now, I know that maybe the communication piece definitely needs to be improved to the point where everybody knows what they're getting into. But it has serious financial and impacts on the human level. So, you know, that's maybe not recognized. It's sort of a minor issue at our level, but it can really be serious. So, you know, we do have some jurisdictions where they guarantee a building permit, you know, in 2-3 weeks or a month or something like that. You know, that might be exceptional. I see you're talking about having an express permit for smaller outbuildings and things like that. I think that we have held off in the agricultural areas, building permits for agricultural buildings for about 20 years now, even though they keep trying to sneak it back on the table. And farmers have enough on their plates and have to worry about that. And I do realize that we're observing cautionary principles. And once more that our obligation is to protect the corporation. But I was actually approached a couple of days ago by the owner of a local building supply at a restaurant on this very subject. So it impacts the whole industry. And the other thing too, again, sometimes we're getting back to senior government, you know, I'm not clear on whether they have the capacity to think something right through to a conclusion, or they just hold it up against their ideological template and say, well, that's close enough. Because in one faction, they're saying they have to encourage building. We have a housing crisis. And then they're busy making more and more regulations and permitting and everything else to slow it down even more. So, you know, I just, you can't have it both ways. You know, they talk about affordable housing, but housing is becoming astronomically expensive. And a lot of, as you know, a lot of construction comes from the private sector. Well, it all comes from the private sector, basically. So, you know, I do applaud that some of these things that are maybe tweaking the animal a little bit, make it a little easier. So I am looking forward to when it comes before us as a complete document, because you know like I say, I don't think the impact is fully appreciated at our level of what this does and does to all the supporting industries. I spent 21 years in the building supply myself, so I've seen this firsthand. And it maybe becomes a terrific surprise, but you know, sometimes the regional district doesn't have the best reputation out there. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just respond and say thank you very much, Director Grieve, for expressing that. And I know all three of you feel the same way, that that perhaps the delays have caused harm to the members of the public. It kills us as staff, because we know that and we see it and we hear it from them too. One of the things that's not addressed in the report that I have confidence that we will get this is the change in culture. And I really wish to acknowledge and appreciate the role that John and Amanda are playing in changing the culture of how we respond to the public and provide good service. And they have put in place procedures as a result of that will improve our things. They appear to be tweaking now, but they will make a difference, and we will endeavor to ensure that our timelines are met. Also, just like to talk about the challenge that it is that every municipality and local government is experiencing to acquire building inspectors now. There's been a change in the industry in terms of the demands that we impose on their certification. There's been a number of retirements. We may put a posting out and get one application, and that application may not even meet the requirements that we have. And that's being faced across the board in other municipalities. So we're doing our best to ensure that we have a complement of building inspectors that can live up to these expectations that we're creating. And just also want to say that the one thing in the report is that did cause confusion in the past is that we were receiving building permits that may not have been complete. And the moment a building permit is received, an individual has a perception that 9 weeks or whatever it is will adhere to that. But if there are things missing from that permit that are the obligations of the applicant, that sometimes takes time. So in moving forward, we will only receive permits, and it's important for our public to hear this, that are complete, that have all the requirements, and there aren't things that are outstanding, so that we can apply our resources and turn those around in short order. So thank you for expressing that. We really do hear the impact that this has, and we want to be there for the public.
Daniel?
Yeah, thanks for those remarks. And I forgot to mention that the table is very useful in the appendix in terms of how you're framing the challenges and how staff is trying to address them one at a time. That's useful. And I guess my final comment is, we're not kicking and screaming too bad. So maybe, I guess this will come back at budget, because you'll probably introduce the work program for some of the changes in the appendix. And then maybe we can just let this report simmer unless the other directors want to move something, but maybe we just let it simmer. And if we feel that it should be in a strategic planning in April, we can bring it back then. If not, it's nice to see the pressure release a little bit for sure. And I think that the way you answered our questions and requests is really good. It's very clear, and it's provided me much more insight into the challenges that the department is facing. Thank you.
So motion to receive the report? Carried. Motion to receive the recommendation? Oh, sorry, I thought there was.
It's a work in progress.
Okay. Then we're just moving on.
I'll move forward.
Thanks.
Grant funding.
Second. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Directors, and Howie Siemens is here to present this report and answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Russell. Good morning. To the chair and to the directors, thank you very much for the opportunity before you today to provide an update on the 2022 Community Resilient Investment Grant program funding. That work has been completed, and to seek your approval to submit a 2023 CRI joint grant application. The goal of the CRI grant funding program is to fund initiatives and activities to reduce wildfire risk in the community, improve community resilience from effects of wildfire, and empower community participants in wildfire risk reduction and resiliency. The 2022 CR grant was joint application between the Comox First Nation and the Comox Valley Regional District, and the activities and initiatives that were performed were able to enhance fire smart education and training within the electoral areas and the Comox First Nations lands within the Comox Valley. Highlights of these accomplishments you'll see in the attached appendices. It were deliver wildfire hazard assessments to homes, delivered regional wildfire education, public education through newspaper ads, radio advertising, and a dedicated CVRD Fire Smart website. Held a multi-agency wildfire exercise that was completed with the engagement of the Comox Valley Regional District Fire Services, Courtenay Fire, Comox, and BC Wildfire. They also implemented another successful chipper program that removed approximately 85 tons of debris from electoral areas C of Union Bay, Fanny Bay, Denman, Hornby Island, Merville, Mount Washington fire protection areas, as well as Comox lands. The budget that was awarded to us through UBCM was $99,260. Actually, what was used was only $79,400. Mainly the difference is due to the lower anticipated cost of the chipping program, reduced advertising, and the fire departments doing fire smart presentations as part of their public education campaign. We are coming before you today also to make an application to the 2023 CR application process for a joint application that will now represent Comox First Nation, City of Courtenay, Village of Cumberland, and the town of Comox. This could result in up to $500,000 in funding that could be aimed at furthering regional development of fire smart initiatives such as updating the community wildfire resilience plans, which was used to be called the wildfire protection plans for most of the communities, and those for the municipalities that needed an update. Integrating the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People with a lens on all the fire smart initiatives that we provide. Continue providing fire smart education and activities to the public. Looking at delivering Indigenous cultural safety and humility training to emergency responders, as well as looking at continuing the curbside wood debris removal disposal for all these communities. And also a larger consideration, because of the work that is presented in the enhancement of Fire Smart in the Valley, is looking at a regional Fire Smart coordinator to support all the administrative processes that take place within the grants and tracking of the budgets. So I just want to thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Daniel?
Thank you. What an awesome program that ticks so many boxes, very popular in the communities, especially I'm thinking about the chipping program here. And I know there's other sides to the program. So great partnership with KFN and all the jurisdictions. And I guess last year we talked about, how do we make this program permanent and well-funded? I guess for now, as long as we still see grants, there's no need to really start on our own budgeting adventure. But I just hope that the province continues with the program. It's on a grant funded stream, but it's always a question. We're developing good habits into our communities, and I would hate, 3 years down the road that all of a sudden, oh, there's no funding, and are we going to stop the service? I doubt it. It hits on the wood smoke. It hits on the climate. It hits on the accessibility for people to just be able to bring the stuff to the road. It's really appreciated. The only part that I would like to not see next year is for us to leave money on the table. So when we got a grant for 99,000 and we spent 79, and then we can't expend it. So just I was just filing my report at the very last minute, my campaign report, right? And it was $1,700 that I spent, right? So for $1,700, I knocked on 1,500 doors. So what I mean is, with that 20,000 that you had left, that could have been used for education and for talking to people and doing more workshops. It would be nice for us to not leave money on the table, because the more people know and the more we can reach out to the people that don't really pay attention to us, or they don't really read our local newspapers. It'd be, because most people will do the right thing, but those few that still don't take advantage of an easy program like that, it'd be nice to spend the full amount that we receive to do that. Thank you so much.
Edwin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for this. Howie, as always, I think that as time goes by, sometimes we focus too much on harm and forget about the reduction. And you've heard me say that regarding climate change initiatives. The local government, we're the ones that are left dealing with the effects of climate change. And whereas some people are focused more on preventing it, there are those professionals that say we've already passed that threshold. And it always falls in the lap of local government to have to deal with the effects of it. We have to adapt. We have to work on prevention and response. So this is just a small part of that. And I think this is the direction we should be putting some of our efforts into, because this is the stuff where the shovel hits the road, so to speak. We're the ones, as I said before, we're the ones with the bucket and the mop. We're the ones left with the shovel and the wheelbarrow trying to clean up the mess. And that is local government, because senior government shovel it down to us. So I think this is long overdue. We've talked about it. If we can all work together on this. I was recently at a breakfast, and a former counselor from Courtenay actually brought up the amalgam word, to the shock of the crowd. So it looks like we're almost getting every single jurisdiction on board this one. So it's as close as we can get. So thanks so much.
Any objections to the report? Seeing none, carried. Vote on, thank you. Carrie?
Yeah, we both moved also.
So carried. Great. Number 5.
And Jake Martins will come forward and present this report. This was at the response of a request of the directors to take a look at delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this report has been provided in response to the committee's interest back in December, in which you were seeking brief reports on options and analysis concerning the delegation of board authority to the Electoral Area Services Committee. The Act generally provides that boards can delegate their powers, duties, and functions to standing committees and other bodies, provided there are some limitations to that. The most enabling aspect of this is the delegation of the administration and operation of services, which the Act provides. That term in itself, administration and operation, is not a defined term, so there is a bit of ambiguity with respect to it, but generally we have a consistent practice in which we consider those matters. This report provides, as an appendix, a list of about 75 different rural services in which such delegation could be provided. The effect of that would be that the recommendations of this committee would be resolutions endorsed and they wouldn't have to go forward to the board. So it would fairly significantly reduce the volume of items going forward to the board for ratification. But those again are more the day-to-day decision-making decisions regarding those services. The other aspect contemplated by the report is the planning and development, which is not so broadly enabled. It is a fragmented approach in which some decisions can be delegated to the committee, some cannot, some can only be delegated to staff. And so staff have basically provided a bit of a summary of the types of decisions and their ability to be delegated, and noted that some of our most common decisions contemplated by the committee are not able to be delegated. And so we would have a approach if we did go down the road to delegate of having some being enabled and some not. To avoid mistakes or errors being made, staff are suggesting that we consider some limited delegation around just hearings and public hearings, but maintain the status quo in regards to the other decisions that are considered with regards to planning and development. With that, Mr. Chair, the last item I would note here is just that we're recommending a referral to the Black Creek Oyster Bay Services Committee, given that they may also have an interest in this matter as well. And then subject to your support, then a bylaw could be brought forward to the board together with this report to seek the board's consideration of this. With that, I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thanks, Jake. Daniel?
Yeah, thanks for the governance nerds amongst us. That's a really exciting report. So no, it'd be nice to, I think this is the kind of report that helps this committee move from a teenagehood to adulthood. You know, we don't need the broader board to vote on every one of our matters. And it was nice to find out that there's a number of matters that we're currently kicking to the board that we can keep here and make decisions on. So it's nice that we have a board right now that sees the value of that. We've heard from fellow board members at the broader table that they don't like to see all of our items. The only downside is we'll make the news even less, because I don't think the journalists they're used to pick up our items at the broader board, and I don't think they watch the electoral area services as much, but that's okay. I think it's more important that from a governance perspective, we keep our rural decisions within our authority, and I think I'll be quite happy for us to pass this and forward it to the Black Creek Oyster Bay Services Committee as well.
Edwin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I am very pleased that we still reserve the authority to bore our municipal partners half to death in a board meeting when we get to the ABC portion. But it looks like we can do a few things on our own. And of course, it still falls to the participating members of the electoral areas to vote on their own jurisdictions anyway. So even though they will come up at the board, a lot of it, as it does already, it's just the actual affected jurisdictions that get the vote. So until we get a review of the act, insofar as the outmoded concept of regional districts that was supposed to be reviewed sometime back in in the 70s after it was created, and I don't think they've ever had a review, so they still haven't. Thank you.
Daniel?
No, you open a Pandora's box and then you find other stuff in the box. So there was a minor one I was going to ask about, which is one of the things that can be delegated to look to committees is subdivision servicing agreements. And then it goes on to say that the CRD does not have a subdivision servicing bylaw. And that made me think, okay, well, if you take Union Bay Estates, I think that topic came up and we did a bit of an infrastructure study in 2019 or 2020. Because at the time they might be subdividing, they went strata, but there's still the potential for 3,000 other homes on there. So at what point do we consider a subdivision servicing bylaw when we're facing potentially like major infrastructure decisions? Is that something that staff would say we should look at before all these things come to a head, or should we wait until we have a real life example and then dig ourselves into a bylaw?
Mr. Chair, that's not to say that there aren't standards that apply. There are national standards and developed by engineers that do apply in the circumstances. That's used as a foundation for negotiating servicing on more complex subdivisions. It certainly is an option for a regional district to go further and to clarify the role of those standards and what they want to determine themselves. It is a large project, though. At this time, things are working well. But certainly if the area directors want to maybe consider that as one of their strategic priorities when they meet in the next coming months, it's something that we could flesh out and suggest to you what it would take to take a look and what the role or purpose would be.
Any objections to receipt? Carried. Motion to receive. Are we doing individuals or can we put both recommendations on at the same time? We can move. Okay.
I'll second that.
Carried. Oh, so yeah, how about we take about a 5-minute timeout?
Takes 5 minutes just to open the door.
All right, let's
Do
take
it by
6.
hand. Don't push the button.
5 minutes.
Good. Thank you very much, Chair and Directors. And Jennifer Steele and James Warren are here. Jennifer will present the electoral area engagement strategy proposals for your consideration.
Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm here to present some options for electoral area engagement for 2023. And just a little bit of background, because I know Director Hardy's new to the team this year, but our EA directors have been building on topics. Oh, thank you. And building on since 2019, doing electoral area engagement in the areas. And today we're just wanting to provide that consistent approach as we move forward and also look at new opportunities for your teams in the community. In 2023, it is important to ensure the strategy meets the electoral area needs and builds upon the consistent tools. The goals for the program since 2019 have been increase the understanding of the CVRD and its services, build recognition of the directors as a go-to source for proper information, rely on updates about projects and initiatives and consultation opportunities in the electoral areas, maintain established communication tools within the community, and increase the delivery of updates. We believe that the options that we proposed will help us meet those needs. How do I? Oh, okay. And so option one, our biggest changes that we're looking at with option one, it's going to cost approximately $65,000. And we're going to be doing one printed addressed newsletter, which will be targeted to each of your individual areas. Plus, we'll do 2 digital versions, which will cover all the topics within your communities. We're going to have 2 combined Zoom webinar events where all 3 electoral area directors will be on the call. And we'll also be bringing back the in-person sessions that each of you had before COVID. So each of you would be able to have one individualized in-person session in your community where we'll have advertising and get people to come out to have that discussion with you. And we'll continue using the Connect CVRD EA engagement page, which is, we have already a following on there, which is great. So we want to build the following so we can continue to get the updates to residents. Next slide. There it is. Option 2 is about $95,000. And the biggest difference between option 1 and option 2 is that you would have 3 printed and addressed mailed community newsletters. So instead of just the one in your community, all 3 of the newsletters would be printed, addressed, and delivered to your respected areas. You would still have a spring and fall webinar Zoom event, and you'd still have the one in-person individualized event in your community, and you'd still have your Connect CVRD EA engagement page. So just to make sure that you're aware that the biggest cost difference is that addressed mail. It costs a lot of money, but it is very effective. Okay, so what's next? So we want to be able to provide and communicate on our initiatives and our projects and our topics in the electoral areas. Of course, if you're wanting a middle ground between the 2 options, that is an option as well. And we can discuss that in a second. I do want to note that as your 130 budget does come forward in the coming week or 2, we have budgeted the $95,000 in there just in case that was the option you were wanting to go with. So we had adequate funds. If you choose a lower cost option, the budget will be adjusted accordingly, but you might not see it in that budget presentation as I look at Kevin. So by integrating the various tools and the variety of residents, we'll be able to keep them informed on our initiatives. And as noted in the staff report, we are recommending option 1 for the sole purpose that previously we were budgeting $60,000 for this program a year. So it's a modest increase to have the individualized newsletters and printed in mail, and it isn't as large of a financial increase to the 95,000. Any questions?
Edwin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through Sierra staff, you say they'd be addressed. So it seems to me that it's going to be a big logistic nightmare. Even during election time, one side of left row is area B and the other side is area C, and we share the same mailboxes. So that, it's going to be difficult. I wonder if it might be better just to use a page in the newspaper or something like that. Would that be a cheaper way to do it, and to combine areas A, B, and C in the same advertisement, like have a little bit for area A, B, and C? Would that be an option rather than trying to do direct mail out like that? Because I see that. I mean, you can see the litter beside the mailboxes where people just church the CVRD pamphlet in the garbage. Or I guess the same is true with the paper too. There's a lot of people stuff it back in the newspaper. But was that something maybe the other directors might consider, like going together on our newsletters rather than individual? Maybe area A is more individualized, but areas B and C are kind of joined at the hip.
Daniel?
Yeah, thanks. I have a general question because I don't, I can review the budget presentation that Kevin did at the board a couple days ago, but it did raise my concern that there was an item in there in some of the cost drivers in those tables that one of them was electoral area communication. And I think it listed 145, but maybe I'm wrong. So I don't know if you have it on hand while I talk, but if that's the number, then I'm wondering how that relates to the figures of 65 and 95 that were being presented for the two options. Because the one thing that's clear this budget cycle is that as a whole, we're currently facing an 11% increase budget. So I'm really hoping to bring that down. And this is one of those more discretionary area that we have as rural directors. It's not going to move the entire ship of the city, but I think if we come in with the attitude that we shall leave no stones unturned, and that's not to say that I don't appreciate the services and what's being on offer. Like the communication staff is awesome, but it's just I think we need to think about every corner of this budget. I said that at the board to begin with, and that's our very first budget. So, so on that basis, on my end. I think it was especially important through COVID, like that communication with residents, but now we're able to go back into the community on our own and the rest of it. So I'm not sure if that higher level of service is as warranted now that we have fuller access to our communities. So on that basis, I would favor option A or less. But I would love that before I comment more, whether Kevin did access that and whether my memory was correct around the 145 and whether or even if communication staff knows what might have been in there because it stood up in the board. Thanks.
Kevin?
Yes, thank you through the chair to Director Arbor. So yes, when we presented the consolidated financial plan to the board last week, we did note that one of the services where we were seeing some potential increases was the electoral area administration. There are a number of things driving that we'll certainly be speaking to when we present that budget in a couple of weeks. But yes, one of those was the increase to the electoral area engagement proposal. So Jennifer is correct. We currently have the higher $95,000 a year budgeted across the 5-year financial plan for that. If the directors felt that was a bit excessive and they wanted to scale that back, we would certainly take that away and note that in that presentation in a couple of weeks, and that would certainly reduce that increase by roughly $30,000.
Okay.
Hold on. Go ahead.
So we can look at other options as well. We did look at the difference between the bulk mail drops, which is cheaper, but your postal codes don't align very well, as you all know. So that's why we went with the addressed. Also, most people, if it's addressed to them, they're more likely to open it and read it than if it is put into their mail slot as a flyer. Looking at the option of putting it into the paper as an advertisement, that is a potential solution. A lot of people don't necessarily read the paper, so you're probably going to get the same people that are going to see your advertisements and other pieces of communication you're already doing, which I think we're wanting to increase the audience to the people that we don't always reach. There is also a real wanting to bring the budget down. On Connect CVRD, your rural engagement page, we can do all the newsletters online. So instead of having to send them out as printed copies, we can distribute it to people's email accounts. It would be one centralized newsletter, so covering all your service areas together. And it goes in direct into subscribers' email accounts. The difference is we'd probably have to increase our budget on the advertising side because we want to get people to subscribe to that page and drive the communication there. We've had really great success with the CVRD stakeholder update newsletter that we send out to 101 people, and our readership is about 80% of people open it and read it. So that is another option if you're wanting to, not go the printed and addressed mail way. It's just something on the table that is cheaper.
If I could chime in, again, one of the things when I was banging on doors back in August and September and October was the fact of communication and the lack of communication that constituents were having with the CVRD. We don't know what the CVRD is doing, blah, blah, blah. So I think it's really important that we do get this right with regards to communication, whether we're over communicating. I don't think that's ever a bad thing. And based upon my years of experience of sitting on the board with the Comox Valley Economic Development Society or with the Comox First Nation, we always hear that there's never enough communication. So to me, let's figure out how we can communicate. I know I've had this discussion with various boards over the years. I mean, when we start talking about communication, we all have a different idea of what communication is and how we get communicated to. Some people like a face-to-face. Let's get 200 people in the room. Some people just want face-to-face individually. Some people just want something in the paper. Somebody wants a fax, if there's still a fax machine out there. So there's so many different ways of going about communication. So it's really important at the end of the day that we figure out what it is that we are going to do. To me, I liked your idea with other options as well. Maybe we're having 2 printed letters that go out in 2 Zoom meetings, and maybe what you're doing on a quarterly basis is a letter goes out 1 quarter, Zoom meeting the 2nd quarter, letter 3rd quarter, Zoom meeting on the 4th quarter. So every quarter there's something going out from us to our folks. So just something to think about, and I put forward in regards to our discussion. Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. You have some good points, and I'm conscious of that. I feel I would draw a distinction between general electoral area support for communication and project-specific communication, because we also build project-specific communication plans in all of our projects. And I know my residents are going to be well connected to a number of initiatives in Area A, whether it be the sewage or otherwise, but I wouldn't want to cut back on those. But on the general ones, which this tends to be, and for your information, the Zoom meeting sounds great, but we've had an average of maybe 25, 30 people show up across all of Area A, B, and C, and probably like 100 views on YouTube thereafter. So it's not, it's not massive outreach. On my way, I'm just communicating. I'm fine with a lower level of service, but you'll hear me speak in favor of continued appropriate levels of service for our projects and initiatives. But as electoral area director, this is more an opportunity to kind of trumpet the good news about all the things you think you're doing. once a year around Christmas. We see our MPs do that. They send something out and they have a review of the year and what's ahead. For my purposes, that would be sufficient. So I don't know how we reconcile that with what you're commenting on. Yeah, that'd be my preference to find a little bit of savings there.
Did you have another comment? No. Edwin?
Okay, no, I just wanted to capture what Director Harbour was saying. So you're thinking like one area specific mail out and forget the Zooms because they really they're not really an engagement because it's very limited the number of people that actually come in. But maybe a Christmas newsletter and just keep it one, that sort of thing. Does that mean, and would anybody be adverse to the idea of having one newsletter with all three of us on the same sheet and have, you know, issues from each area and our little address and just a mass mail out that way, because it would be probably the cheapest way. I mean, I don't think the amount of papers really it's the distribution that costs the money. So we could have a bigger newsletter with all three of us on it. Would that be something maybe we could cut corners on? And then it would also, because a lot of people don't really distinguish what's going on, and a lot of the issues cover more than one jurisdiction. You know, so there's something that's jurisdiction specific, like say the speedway or something like that, or the ship breaking and what have you, right? That could all be on the same newsletter. So, but just to get an idea, like I like Rich's idea, but you know, maybe one this quarter, one that quarter, different outreaches at different times of the year. So, but you know, I do think that we have to demonstrate fiscal prudence here on every issue that's going to be coming up. So
yeah.
Maybe back to Daniel.
Yeah, so maybe we can do both. Yeah, in the sense that I like that. But it sounds like you and I see the value of doing a tripartite once a year on the newsletter around the holidays, review of the year, what's coming up next year. But to Richard, it doesn't mean we need to nix something specific for Area B. So I don't mind if part of because you're coming on board, you're also newly elected, you're not, you know, you don't necessarily have although your communication channel established either, because for us we're probably more on maintenance and trying to grow that a little bit. But if there could be like Zoom meetings for Area B, or I'm amenable to contributing to that, but not at the top level, especially for Area A. I feel like, well, and maybe same for Edwin, that once a year and not do the Zoom meeting is fine for me. That's okay.
Edwin?
And getting back to the in-person meetings, I think as you said, I mean, COVID's over, or not over, but it's subsided enough that we can have in-person meetings again. And isn't that something we can do on our own with our constituency funds anyway? You think it might be more cost effective if we just individually went and rented the Fanny Bay Hall or the Merville Hall or geez, you don't have any halls. Yeah, I guess we probably use KFN's hall, but our right here, you know, we can. In fact, we had a couple right here before. Now, those were was it just A and B together, or I mean B and C together? Or was it A, B, and C? I can't remember. A, B, and C. Yeah, so we had them right here, and we had people from all three jurisdictions come down, and all of us sat on a stool and tried to look relaxed. That might be an option, but it'd certainly be the cheapest option. I mean, if it's something really burning issue in your community, then we have the ability ourselves to use our own constituency dollars to go and rent the building and throw our own shindig, right?
Mr. Chair, might I suggest that maybe we refer this to budget discussions, this report, and Jennifer can come back with some variations based on what she's heard today, because there may be a variation where it's a little different for each of the electoral areas. So, but if you refer this, we can come back with some other options for you.
So we need to make a motion for refer. Edwin?
Okay. well, I'm
For-
good. I thought we were close, so.
Okay, so we'll refer.
Just vote on that, yeah.
Oh, thanks. Carrie? Thank you. Edwin?
I'll second it.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair and Directors. And Kaylee Lammert is here to present this report and answer your questions. There's a number of recommendations for consideration.
Thank you for this.
You're in stereo now, bud.
There you go.
There we go. Thank you for the CAO to the chair for the opportunity to provide an update on the conversion of GLID to a CVRD service and the work completed towards finding a treatment solution for the 2 CVRD water services on Denman Island. The Denman Island Water Local Service Area has been relying on the Graham Lake Improvement District as its water supplier, but the water treatment provided by Graham Lake Improvement District does not meet Island Health's drinking water treatment standards. GLID had completed a number of studies on treatment system technologies, but was ineligible for grants to assist in funding the required water treatment upgrades. In 2021, the CVRD was awarded a $1.4 million grant to fund the treatment system upgrade under the provincial condition that GLID would convert to a CVRD service. In December 2023, the provincial order in council was passed. GLID has converted to CVRD service, which requires service establishment bylaw. In mid-2021, it was determined that the chosen ceramic ultrafiltration treatment technology would not be suitable for use on the GLID system, and another technology, biosand filtration followed by nanofiltration, was pilot tested by GLID with support by CVRD staff. The pilot test was confirmed to be successful, but the project cost estimate has escalated from 2 to 3.2 million. In addition, much of GLID and DILSA's underground infrastructure is nearing the expected life, and given the recent cost of construction, significant reserve contributions are required to reduce further borrowing costs when they are replaced. CVRD staff are planning on an information session detailing the anticipated capital projects and estimated costs for stakeholders in early 2023. In November 2022, GLID slightly raised their water rates for 2023 to improve reserves in anticipation of these upcoming capital projects, and CVRD staff recommend to also increase rates in DILSA's fees and charges bylaw to maintain equity between two services. Staff also recommend modifying bylaw number 100 to allow for selling water to DILSA until a more sustainable solution such as amalgamation can be realized. Thank you. I'm available for questions.
Daniel?
Yeah, thanks. That's definitely one of the prickliest issue of this term, at least for the next couple of years in my area. So just as a reminder for the directors, and that's what I don't see in the tables, is some of the cost per residence projections are not included on the, unless I'm reading the table wrong and I can't find it.
It should be at the bottom as total annual revenue requirement per property.
Oh, yes, sorry, it is totally there. Right, thank you. And in bright yellow as well. So the same table I saw prior. So I'll have a couple of layers of question here. One is just related to, because you've got 4 recommendations. And obviously I'm in favor of moving the bylaws and advancing the finalizing the conversion and all the rest of that, and us taking charge of the operations, which basically effectively has already started January 1st. I hope the directors will be in favor of that as well. But the numbers haven't changed yet around what is projected as of 2026. No. Oh God, as of next year, 2024. Moving from $3,400 for water per year per household to then $4,000 in 2026. I think it's not quite a project killer because we are, as our CEO advised me, we are mandated through regulation by the province to kind of head that way. But I want to fight the regulation. I think that what's being proposed is at this time of inflation and other pressures, to ask those residents of Denman to essentially pay for the average residents. This is going to almost double their taxes for some of them. And just for the water service, that is unreasonable. And so I've spent Christmas, the holidays, sorry, and the last few weeks just thinking, well, okay, so we probably will hit a brick wall on the regulatory side, but it's not the first brick wall I see. I punched through brick walls 1 out of 100 brick walls I meet. So there's a good chance it won't work, but I think we need to plead our case with Island Health, and we need to plead our case with the province. As soon as the report was released, I got contacted by MLA office, and they showed concern. They realized that despite a grant of $1.3 million, that this is the kind of cost residents will face. So some of the stuff I've thought that don't exist yet, but just bear in mind that some things didn't exist, like composting toilet regulations didn't exist until about 4 years ago. Like regulations do change. Because for me, when I think about, I'm sure if we build or improve the existing facility or rebuilt it, and we ask people to finish off the water through their own maintenance, through a whole house UV light or whole house filter, I'm almost sure, we haven't done that analysis, but I'm sure it'd be cheaper than $4,000 a year for the next 20 years. So it's only 100 homes. We don't have a ton of homes. I had another person I talked to that said, well, okay, we don't have great wells, but I can move to rainwater capture for cheaper than $4,000 a year, right? So there's a lot of things that are currently not in the regulations that are allowed, that should be. And if there's one thing that's going to start, in my opinion, moving regulation, it's a case like this, where I think at $4,000 a year for water, so for this year, I'll get to my question. You've heard my little commentary, but my question is, one of the resolution is to move to the 1800, I guess, or sorry, I'm just moving through the report here. I was at the table. To amend the annual toll.
Yes.
So the annual toll is just basically like a parcel tax for water, and then they pay extra for the consumption, or can you explain that so it's clear for everybody? Or it'd be a fixed toll of 1,800, and that's what you pay for your water for the year.
Yeah, I guess it's a little bit challenging for this year. We're just doing one tax. It would be for consumption for systems that are connected to the system. GLIDs don't have water meters in place, but our DILSs do. And so it would be just one. I believe it's a utility charge.
Yeah, one fee. The same as it would grow to 3,900. So I'm actually in favor of that because I don't want to rock the ship too much until we arrive at final solution. But what I won't be prepared to do right off the bat is to start approvals for the building of the new, even though I realize we have the grant, but I know we have some years to complete the grant. I really don't want to move forward with that until we've shaken every tree and tried to figure out alternatives.
Chris?
Yeah, sure. Can I just make a quick comment, and just wanted to make sure that it's understood that that bottom line dollar value anticipated per year, it does include a significant amount of that, a big chunk of it, almost equivalent to the borrowing amount for the water treatment project, is saving for future replacement of assets. So we wanted to, in crafting this pro forma and first of all, responding to the trustees prior to conversion and then attaching it to this report, we wanted to make sure it's very clear the level and the nature of the costs that are facing the service as we make these decisions. So a very big piece of that is that future savings. So it's not all attributable to regulations from the province. So when you're thinking about advocacy, which I obviously strongly support, it's not that full bottom line that you should be mentioning when speaking about the implications of regulatory compliance. A big piece of that is saving up for the replacement of these aging pipes that are in the ground. And I think both on the for the water treatment discussion, as well as that that asset replacement, what we're seeing here is just the very low economies of scale of a water system of this size, right? It translates to, you know, what we're seeing here is really big per property cost implications.
Yeah, so, and thank you for clarifying that. That's a really good point. All the pipes in the ground, I know they need to be replaced. So it's just, for me, the bigger question as we take on this service is, should the service continue to exist, right? So I think that what hasn't been done is really look at what if we will move to rainwater primary, if every residence becomes to rainwater primary, which is currently not quite allowed in the province. We fought it for Denman Green, and I took meetings with Allen Health in 2020 talking about that. They said there was a chance it could not come on stream. Apparently there was a working group at the province looking at rainwater as a potential. I think that COVID threw all that work out, but they were working towards a guideline for BC. So I think what we would owe before imposing a $4,000 work program for every year for those residents is to really to analyze, including dismantling the system, and if the province willing to work with us, if it needs regulatory adjustments, then to look at that. So that's the gist of my take on it right now.
You follow? I did have a question in regards to going back and reading the report. That, if I'm understanding correctly, there was a concern with regards to the water line infrastructure and whether or not that was going to need to be replaced at some time. So again, I'm just wondering, with regards to what's being proposed and budgeted, do we need to take that into consideration here moving forward? And again, Chris, your comments with regards to thinking not just about the treatment facility itself today, but also the replacement down the road. Is the water line infrastructure something that's being considered in all this, or is this something else that we also seriously need to take into consideration with regards to this project? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. That is what I was referring to, were those water lines. So yeah, we definitely need to take that into consideration. It will be, regardless of what decisions we make about how much we should be putting away to contribute towards that future replacement, it will be a big load on the service. We made an assumption that we should be striving for roughly half of the money in the bank when we, you know, to minimize borrowing when that comes. And just looking at the age of the infrastructure, it's on the order of 15 years from now. So that was what kind of that's how we developed that estimate of what we should be putting away as a service towards that future cost. So yeah, we absolutely need to be considering that. And it's the distribution line, it's the supply line from the lake. There's also the dam itself, which has a lifespan. Fortunately, it's quite small, but yeah, all of that asset management look at it really needs to be part of that analysis. Yeah.
Edwin?
Yeah, just quickly. I think Director Arbor mentioned the fact that there's a lot of brick walls out there right now. When it comes to local water services, even in my area, there's one that's non-compliant. Is it even, my question is it even legal to supply non-potable water or potable water that doesn't quite meet the incredible first world regulations that we have here in Canada? Is it even legal to say, well, you got to put your own UV system in under the sink, at least for your drinking water? I mean, you can get a UV reactor for like $300. They're not, and a filter for another 100 or something. So, you know, when you're on a well, it's quite out my way. A lot of people do have their own little treatment systems for their drinking water. And then they put it in a Brita and put that in the fridge. So, you know, is it even legal? Are we liable if we go down that path?
I think it's something we need to look closer into, Director. But my understanding is that you know, from past experience with Island Health, is that, you know, they will push very very strongly back against the thought of a permanent boil water notice or something like that. When thinking back to, the angst and consternation over the large treatment project that we were pushed to build locally here. Their tools for a large system like this included, they had threats about not approving any construction permits. So it's basically dampening the local development sector. They talked about a permanent, just basically requiring a boil water notice along with those reputational impacts. And then there was even talk about fines. So I think we'll definitely work to confirm the precise mechanisms and legalities, but I believe there's a very strong motivation by the health authority to ensure compliance with the surface water treatment objectives.
Daniel?
I think I will, with or without staff, I will look to do some advocacy on that, preferably with staff, because they have the most knowledge. But that last comment by Chris is on point in the sense that in small places that don't have scale, what the province, I think, is creating is an environment where because their level of regulation about private homes is inexistent. Right? People who live on wells or whatever, there is no requirements. You don't get your water tested. They don't know how much you draw from the groundwater. So for the majority of rural residents who are not on a water system, there's basically no regulations. And then you move to community system, even a small one, and then boom, the regulatory oversight just jumps through the roof right off the bat. So I think over time, you're really disencouraging. And I saw that even in affordable housing, as you're familiar with Beulah Creek, one of the things that killed the first crack at it is because it was more than 4. Well, they still have to do that. You have to create a proper water authority as soon as you've got more than 4 homes on a system. So it's not, I don't think that they can claim that they've got it right for rural areas yet in their regulatory regime. So if we can do some advocacy on that and raise awareness and use an example like that to say how this lived there, and maybe it's fine. Maybe at the end of the day, they have good policy rationale. And maybe at the end of the day, we will dismantle this small system, right? So I'm just saying, I think we need to investigate more on behalf of our residents before we commit them to such a large financial commitment.
Mr. Chair, just like to add that staff are there to support you and your initiatives to lobby and educate the province in terms of the impact it has to the small system. We're there. I just wanted to let the directors know, though, that in terms of more analysis or assessment or options or otherwise, it is the service that has to pay for that. And again, we're faced with this very small service with very minimal capacity. Just because it's a regional district service doesn't bring the resources of the regional district to the table unless it pays for those services. And so that's another challenge that we have with respect to this. And then the other thing is that if there is a delay in implementing the water treatment to this and that results in increased costs or a changed reality, again, it's that small service area that ends up paying the price. So we really hear and understand the pickle that you're in and the impact this has to the ratepayers. But I also want to make you mindful that we don't have a lot of resources to do much with respect to further analysis or being resilient to the potential for the other impacts of any delay.
Can I ask a question in regards to this particular matter? Is this something that should go to the Water Commission rather than EASC?
Really, the governance of it remains with you, the electoral area. That's how the regional district conducts its business for these small services. But if you feel there's an interest or there's a need for broader support or the support of the other partners that are at the table, that referring it to them or just asking a board resolution with a letter from the chair or something gives you that authority to really act on behalf of all of the boards. So you can definitely draw on the resource of the board on this matter if you propose a resolution to your board.
Daniel?
Yeah, thanks. And both good comments. I think Arcia was right, and I wouldn't want necessarily to pin all the advocacy on that small system. And so I think I'll need some early indication from either our MLA office or others that they actually want to chew on it with us. If they don't, then why would we spend effort on it? And on the second point, it'd be hard for me to do advocacy without a firm sense of where those 110 home residents are at with it. Because what I saw is there was some consultation done by GLID in the fall when they got the cost estimates, but the report didn't even include how many people showed up at the meeting or what form the meeting showed up or what information. So now that this service is under our jurisdiction, I will want to find out whether the residents themselves want me to advocate hard on that. And I have an open mind on that. They might say, you know, Danielle, we made our piece a long time ago. That's going to be really expensive and, you know, we're fine with it. Or maybe they'll go, yeah, don't stop, right? So I would like to find that touch base. And if there's a way for the service to organize some kind of, now that we've taken over, some kind of open house or some kind of something in regards to the future expenditures with the residents, I think that would be a useful first step.
So are you asking for a refer? Asking to refer or? Okay. So we'll move to receipt. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Carrie? Carrie? All in favor? Okay. 3. Receive. 4. Question on that. Just need 3 of them. I need 3 of them. Well, I chance question. We have to talk about it. 3? Yeah. But also, I think that's your discussion. Okay. All right.
Yeah, so on 3, to amend the match, the annual tolls consistent with this local service area. I mean, every year we vote on budget. So this commits to the table that's presented in the general sense. Is that correct? Or I'm reading this wrong? Okay, if staff can clarify what this motion refers to, that'd be useful.
This is just it. So I think they currently are $1,400 a year per property. This is just simply moving.
Oh, to the 1,600.
That's right.
Then I'm totally in favor. I thought this was starting to commit us to the 3,400 and 3,900. Yeah, in favor.
Good. So we're good with 3.
You just say vote on
vote. Carried.
Move forward.
I just before I'll second it, but I'm wondering, the final sounds very final in the recommendation, the final recommended treatment options. So we're not giving guidance to staff yet to open, you know, all the other avenues and the rest of that. But I think you've heard us today, and maybe in the future we'll come back with both the community engagement, unless staff wants a motion, an additional motion to that for the community, the resident engagement and investigating the advocacy.
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask Kaylee, I think you were going to mention something previously about community engagement. Have you contemplated anything to date?
Yes, and we're still planning for early 2023 to have an information session for both residents of Graham Lake Water Local Service Area, DILSA, as well as kind of parties that could connect as well.
So it's on the plan.
It is on the plan.
Okay, that's great. And I'd like to attend that. So if we can. Okay, so I'm in favor.
Anyone? Carrie? Do you need a vote or that was it? Okay, perfect. Suggestion of lunch break for about 2 minutes. We got about 20 more items to get through on the agenda.
Thank you. Yes.
Just kidding. What do we want to take? 20 minutes for lunch or
They do a working lunch as well.
Yeah, we'll do a working lunch. Do a working lunch?
Well, we are, but it's a half an hour anyway.
Okay, we'll take 10 minutes, get our lunch together and get back to work. Thanks. About 3 more minutes. Okay, we'll get back to work. All right. Nope, still need another minute. All right. It's good, Nate, and thank you. Yeah, that's Gary.
Thank you. And this is the renewal of the Rural Cumberland Fire Protection Service Agreement. And Bruce Green is here to present the brief report and answer any of your questions.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you through the CEO to the chair and the committee. Fire protection in the rural Cumberland Fire Protection Area is done by way of contract with the city of Cumberland. And we have a contract with them that expired in December 31st of last year. They've asked us to just do a 1-year contract extension because they have a fire service review done and they want to make sure they answer all those questions before they enter into another contract. So we're asking the board's permission to do a 1-year contract extension with the city of Cumberland. Or the village of Cumberland, sorry.
Any questions? Daniel?
Yeah, thanks. I'm in favor and thankfully, because I think option 2 is like the nuclear option. that provides fire services. That one put a smile on my face. So yeah, I'm in favor of proceeding, and thanks for your work with the Village of Cumberland and to them and their volunteer fire department for helping look after the that part of Royston that's not covered by Courtney.
This has been going on forever.
Vote to receive.
The recommendation.
Carried. Vote. Carried.
Move receipt. Item 9.
Thank you, Chair and Directors, and Kevin DeVell will just provide a brief summary of the process of the financial plan with respect to the electoral area services, and we have a number of budgets for you today. So to begin with, Kevin.
Thank you very much, Russell. Through the chair to the directors, good afternoon. So first off, apologies to Director Grief, who heard this earlier this morning at Black Creek Oyster Bay Services Committee, but I'm just going to be providing a brief overview of the financial planning process, as this represents the first kind of kickoff meeting with respect to the individual service budget presentations, and then certainly welcome any questions before we dive into the number of budgets that are going to be before you today. There you go. So just to note that the proposed 2023-2027 financial plan is now posted online. So folks can certainly go to our financial planning page on the CVRD website and find all sorts of information with respect to the financial plan, and also with respect to how, as a resident, they can become more involved and aware of the annual financial planning process. So if folks go to www.comoxvalleyrd.ca/current budget, they will find again that financial plan, as well as information on how to get involved with respect to the upcoming February 7th electoral areas engagement process with respect to the budget, and also a bunch of supporting information in that regard. The way our process works is we have these series of individual budget presentations over the next several weeks. And as those occur, we will be taking back any direction or feedback that the directors do provide us. And then we would be looking at including that into the next iteration of the financial plan, which becomes our recommended budget. That recommended budget will also potentially include any 2022 carry forward items that have yet made their way into the proposed financial plan. That can be various things such as work plan items that are incomplete and need to be brought forward to the new year, any surplus figures, anything that's really kind of contingent on our annual year-end process being complete or being completed. That can also include any updates on info on grant approvals that may occur between now and the setting of that recommended budget, and certainly provide any status updates when and where those are available. And lastly, just a note that the staff reports that are being presented to you this year have been updated a little bit from last year. Most notably, we are asking each budget manager to speak to the recently adopted corporate energy and emissions plan that the board adopted back mid last year. And so they will be speaking to what each of those service areas will be intending to do with respect to meeting the goals or objectives of that corporate energy and emissions plan. And so in past years, I don't know if Lisa, you're able to put the dashboard up, but we do have our annual budget dashboard available for you. And of course, we just try to give you a sense of kind of where we are at in the process, and certainly kind of advise you as we kind of work through each of the various individual budgets and kind of what the status of all of those are as we make our way through. Just as an update to this committee, we have a number of budgets slated to be presented today. And then we do have another, sizable number of budgets coming forward for your consideration at the next Electoral Area Services Committee, which is scheduled for February the 13th. And then lastly, we just wanted to kind of bring this back from the consolidated financial plan presentation that we provided you and the rest of the board last week. This is just to give you a sense of the tax requisition or participant impacts based on the proposed tax requisitions within our financial plan. So as we note there, each of the electoral areas are kind of highlighted, and those represent the various services that everybody within each of those electoral areas pay. So please keep in mind that for something like Area A, for example, that doesn't include the services that then form solely part of Part A Bain Sound, for example, or those services that are solely under the auspices of Denman and Hornby Islands independently. But that will give you a sense year over year of what we're anticipating by way of tax impact per household. So for example, electoral A right now, based on the proposed budget, you're looking at about a $57 increase overall. For electoral B, just under $121, and then for electoral area C, $104. And we will be speaking to each of the individual budgets that make up those numbers as we go through the financial planning process. And that's all I have for this portion of the presentation, because we do have a lot of budgets to cover, but I'm certainly welcome to answer any questions.
No questions? Okay. Vote on receipt. Thanks. Carried. So going into 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Directors. And Bruce Green is here to present a number of the fire budgets, beginning with rural Cumberland and Hugh Bend.
And the committee, the first budget I'm going to present is the Bates, Hugh Bend, and rural Cumberland fire protection areas. Both of these services are provided by way of a service agreement with the municipality. Rural Cumberland is with the Village of Cumberland, and the Bates, Hugh Bend is with the city or town of Comox. The financial plan is based on the municipality budget submissions, including capital. Rural Cumberland contract just got renewed and will be expiring in December 31 and of 23, and Bates Hugh Bend will also expire in December of 23. So the rural Cumberland fire protection area, the proposed residential tax rate will be 61 cents per thousand. That's up from 58 cents last year. A residence value of $800,000 is the tax estimate is going to be $492. The tax requisition of $240 in 2023 is an increase over $30,000 over 2022. Personnel costs are $7,300, which is an increase of $146, and the personnel costs, those are CBDR staff personnel costs. Operating expenses are $243,397, increase of $30,547. The majority of that increase is the service cost agreement that we have with the Village of Cumberland, and there's no contribution to reserves at this time. Bates Hugh Bend, they're going to have a residence tax rate of 29 cents per thousand, and that's down from 31 cents in 2022. The residential value of $800,000 will be paying estimatedly $239. The tax requisition of $50,000 in 2023 is an increase of $2,500 over 2022. Personnel costs $7,363, up 146, and as I mentioned earlier, that's the CBDR staff cost to work with dealing with the contracts. Operational costs is $54,000, and it's a decrease of up to $2,012 over 2022, and again, no contributions this time. With that, I open it up for any questions.
Edwin?
Thank you. The Bates Hugh Bend, would there be any advantage to some of that being serviced by the new Merville fire hall? Are they closer, or is it kind of a 50-50 kind of thing?
I think once we get the completed fire service review, we'll be looking into those boundaries and see if there's that possibility of that happening.
Mm-hmm. Just a thought. Thank you.
Yeah.
So vote to receive report. Thank you. Carried. Carried. 2. Carried. Sorry.
Councilor Mover and seconder.
Okay, I saw them both going. Okay, thanks.
They might just be moving and seconding.
Gotcha. Chief, did you have additional comment? No? Okay, so we're good?
The next up is the financial plan for 4 of our fire departments, and Bruce will introduce these as well as the recommendations.
Carried. Too much.
Too much to do. Thank you through the CEO to the chair and the board. Yeah, this one is the 2023-27 financial plan for Denman Island Fire Protection Service 215, Hornby Island Fire Protection Service 220, Fanny Bay Fire Protection Service 225, and Union Bay Fire Surface Protection 226. These services are provided by way of the CBA fire chiefs and the volunteers. We're working on the corporate energy emissions plans by switching to battery equipment and looking at electric vehicles where possible and economical. Inflation rates is raising the cost of everything departments need to operate, which like it's fuel, training costs and all that are increasing with the inflation. WorkSafe BC mandates and provincial training standards are causing costs to go up as well. Financial plans are based on fire department budget submissions and CBA costs. Work plan accomplishments. Denman Island Fire responded to 72 calls, hired a new fire chief, installed 3 new water sources, helped with warming centers on island, and successful recruitment drive, and did a successful chipper program. Hornby Island had 167 responses. Completion of burning can trading facility on their property, helped with warming centers, partially outfitted a structure protection unit through grant funding, and ran the successful chipper program. Fanny Bay Fire Department had 52 responses. They're currently enrolling their members in certified playbook training through Viera, Vancouver Island Emergency Response Academy. They were able to recruit another 3 firefighters, and they participated in the chipper program as well. Union Bay, 79 responses, over 1,600 hours of training. Replaced their duty officer vehicle last year, ran several public education events, and participated in the chipper program. The work plan priorities for 23. Denman Island is they're in the process of ordering a new engine, which is going to take a 2-year delivery, replace the heat pump, and replace self-contained breathing apparatus cylinders. Hornby Island 220, they're ordering a new tender, which has just been approved. Same thing, a 2-year delivery, replacement of turnout gear, replacement of SCBA cylinders. Fanny Bay is looking at replacing their used SCBAs and looking at a first responder vehicle. Union Bay is looking at replacing their AutoX tools with battery operated AutoX tools and purchasing a used/new engine and also replacement of bunker gear. Budget summary for Denman Island, 215, the residential tax rate of 52 cents per thousand, which is down from 54 cents from last year. A residence value of $800,000. The estimate they're going to be paying is $419. A tax requisition of $450,000, which is an increase of $50,000. Personnel costs of $108,000, which is an increase of $10,000. Operational expenses of $212,652 is a decrease of $25,569. Contribution to reserves $136,000 is an increase of $8,228. Hornby Island, a residential tax rate of 57 cents per thousand, and that's down from 58 in 2022. A resident of $800,000 will be paying $462. The tax requisition is $610,000, which is up $50,000. Personnel cost of $147,000 is an increase of $2820. And the personnel cost, that's not the firefighters, that is the chiefs and CBDR staff. And that's the same with all of these. Operational expenses of 314,895 is a decrease of 6,193. Contribution to reserves, 93,813 is an increase of 22,767. Union Bay function number 226, a residential rate of 68 cents per thousand, which is up from 66 in 2022. A resident of value of $800,000 will be paying $547. A tax requisition of 550 is an increase of 70,000. Personnel costs 143,737, increase of 15,000. Operational expense of 358,430 is a decrease of 9,746. Contribution to reserves is 53,538. With that, I'm open to any questions.
Daniel?
Yeah, thanks, Bruce, for the presentation. You're almost forcing us not to ask questions. It'll be hard on your voice. It's a good strategy coming into this meeting. In terms of the trend, it looks pretty good. And obviously we're getting really good value for services. If we had to, as Dr. Grieve always says, especially if we had to count all the volunteer hours that go into these departments. There's a couple of things that I'd like feedback on that's not in your presentation. So I have no issues with the budget, but in the work priorities, I guess they were kind of more operational because I didn't see. So in the, again, the presentation I don't have from Kevin and the rest of the team at the board, they did place dates on the building of the fire halls for Union Bay and for Denman in terms of the capital projects coming this term. And we listed it as for Union Bay, I believe, in 2024. So I would imagine that's pretty big work priority in that department and with our team to start looking at that and Denman as well. So I just want to double check because it wasn't mentioned here that those items are indeed gearing up in a big way coming into the next 2 years.
Yes, so the Union Bay Fire Hall, we're looking at putting funds forward about $100,000 to work on building construction costs and making plans for that for potentially opening in 2024, depending on how everything aligns with the development areas and stuff like that. And Denman Island is proposed for 2025 for an addition. So I think we'll be looking at that in 2024 to start building plans and stuff like that.
Great. I just thought we'd put it on there. Well, and the last piece of the puzzle was, will you come back and report? I know last year there was basically the fire hall area A servicing discussions between the collaboration between the different departments and what that all looks like. Will we see you in the near future reporting on that, or that'll be later?
The fire service review is, I think, is just about complete, and that does speak to that in there. So once that is complete, we'll bring that to the board and look for some recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm in favor of all the budgets.
Adam?
Thank you. Now Ships Point, did you say that they're upgrading their accreditation? They're not. So they're strictly exterior fighters, correct?
Okay, Fanny Bay Fire Department.
Oh, it's Fanny Bay.
Yeah, Ships Point, we don't look after currently. Ships Point is an improvement district. They're on their self.
Oh, they're on their own.
And yes, Fanny Bay is starting to send some firefighters through the Vancouver Island Emergency Response Academy to get accredited training to move up with the chief is looking to try and move their department to an interior department over an exterior, but that will take some time.
Fantastic. Thanks. Yeah, so Ships Point, they're their own improvement district. They're still the holdouts, are they? Let's see.
Great. So vote on receipt. Carried. Thanks.
All four recommendations.
I think they're individual budgets. So I think what was suggested by staff is we
move on in a second.
Thank you. Carried. Number 2. Thanks. Vote. Thank you. Carried.
Second.
Vote. Carried.
Second.
Vote. Carried. I do it right this time, Russell?
Very good.
We said you can't teach an old dog a new trick, eh? All right, so we're going into ask for a receipt report for the agenda item number 12, the fire protection services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair and Directors, and Bruce Green will present these to Fire Services, Merville and Mount Washington.
Chief, thanks.
Last budget presentation, I promise. Through the CEO to the chair, this is going to be the 2023-2027 financial plan for the Greater Merville Fire Protection Area Service Function number 237 and the Mount Washington Fire Protection Service number 240. The services are provided directly by way of CBR Fire Chief, and the volunteers are provided through satellite fire halls operated by Oyster River Fire Rescue. We're responding to the corporate energy emission plan, switching to battery equipment and looking at electric vehicles when possible in the future. Required training, fuel prices, firefighter honorarium and inflation are a large part of the increases. Financial plans are based on fire department budget submissions and CBRD costs. Work plans accomplishment, Merville Fire Hall for Greater Merville. The fire hall opened in July of 2022, but the members were responding in that area from January 1st on. There was 146 responses in Merville, 25 members. We currently have 25 members, and we ran a successful chipper program through the CRI grant in areas of Merville. Mount Washington Fire Protection number 240, 14 responses, 13 members. We ran the chipper program there this year, and we have a fire hall designed and ready to go. Work plan priorities with Merville, we want to pave the parking lot, work with the three other 237, 240, and 230 to create an air trailer for filling SCBA bottles remotely on scene. And we're going to work on getting tanker accreditation for the area and continue to refine the delivery of the service. Mount Washington, work on getting a fire hall built, continue to develop the level of service that is being provided. The comparative budgets, Merville 237, the residential tax rate of 39 cents per thousand this year, which is down from 40 cents per thousand last year. A residence value of $800,000, that estimated tax will be $312. A tax requisition of $570, increase of $35,000. Personnel costs $92,000, and there again, the personnel costs on both these are just for the chief officers and CPR staff. Up to $92,000, which is an increase of $65,000 or $6,500. Operational expenses of $51,902, which is a decrease of $8,529. Transfer to other functions is $191,273, which is an increase of $32,000. Contribution to reserves $172, which is an increase of $21,937. For Mount Washington Function 240, the residential tax rate will be water. 77 cents per thousand, which is a decrease from 88 cents per thousand last year. Resident value at $800,000 will be paying $622. Tax requisition is $250,000, which is the same as last year. Personnel costs $47,876 is up from 2022 by 2,402. Operational expenses $34,210, decrease of $94.28. Transfer to other functions $51,378, which is a decrease of $18,562. Contribution to reserves $66,000, which is a decrease of $63,251. With that, I'm open to any questions.
A little off topic. The Merville Fire Hall, when you fill up the tanker, you fill it from on site? Is it just a well or do you fill it?
Fill it up from CBD hydrants, usually on Endall Road.
Oh, okay. Do that.
Yeah, because if we took from the water tanks that are in the rural area, we'd have to fill them up with water anyway. So we're just saving one step.
Okay, thank you.
Vote to receive. Thanks. Carried. Vote. Carried. Vote. Carried. 3. Vote. Carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Amanda Yasinski is here along with John to present this budget for building inspection services.
So chatting about building inspection.
Good afternoon to the CAO and the chair. This is an overview of the 5-year plan for building inspection services function 285. The service overview, building inspection for the CBRD is provided for in the Local Government Act and in accordance with the Building Act. Regional districts building inspection services also covers plan review, counter inquiries, archive searches, and building bylaw enforcement, not just inclusive of the actual inspection. As well, we have a service agreement with the Village of Cumberland, which provides building inspection, plan review, and issuing of building permits 2 days a week. Continued dedication to providing incentive rebates for BC Step Code compliance with additional options will be explored in 2023. In keeping with our corporate energy plan, all building department vehicles are currently hybrid models. They were acquired in 2022. As well, staff endeavor to plan all site inspections per area to reduce trips and staff time in the vehicles. 2023, we experienced an increase in volume of complex applications. For instance, Mount Washington applications in 2022 were 25. In past years, we've ran an average of 5 applications a year. So we've seen a large increase last year in complex applications. The 2023 estimated residential tax rate is 0.0283, which results in a cost of $22.64 for a household assessed at $800,000. I'm just going to have John go through some of the work plan accomplishments for the department through 2022.
Thanks, John.
Average wait time for issuing building permits has been reduced from 4 months down to 9 weeks. Time for initial building permit application completeness review has been reduced from 3 weeks to 5 business days. Improved communication. Applicants and owners are now notified if application is complete for purpose of review or if there are deficiencies. Previously, only the applicant was notified or the agent. Review of internal procedures led to increased process efficiencies and simplified application form. New staff have been orientated to book inspections efficiently and communicate what is required for the specific inspection. Timeline for archive requests is down from 6 weeks to 2 weeks since mid-October. In 2022, the Building Services Department issued 276 building permits, which included 118 new dwelling units. Permit activity compared to 2021, 19 fewer permits were issued, although it's worth noting that there were 30 permits ready to issue at the end of 2022 that weren't picked up and paid for, so they aren't reflected in these stats. Full staff review of these files has been completed, which included some large projects and complex files. There were 28 less dwelling units than 2021, and construction value is up as well as permit revenue. This graph on the left depicts the breakdown of percentage per electoral area of building permits issued in 2022. Area C, 36% of all permits, which included 50 dwelling units. Area B, 42% of all permits, including 41 dwelling units. Area A, 22 of all permits, including 27 dwelling units. There were 276 building permits issued, 179 plumbing permits, and 1,680 site inspections were completed by the building officials in the CBRD. In the village of Cumberland, through contract, the building officials issued 61 building permits, 51 plumbing permits, and completed 507 site inspections. The work plan priorities for 2023 include introduce mandatory step 3 of the BC Energy Step Code, introduce an updated draft building bylaw and communication plan. Staff reports on this will be presented to you in the coming months. Reduce greenhouse gas emissions from new construction based on proposed BC building code changes coming in 2023. Partner with building industry to provide education sessions for builders and property owners on step code, best building practices, and energy advisors. Also, we're planning an open house kind of forum for builders, which will provide transparency and improve communication on CBRD process and a chance to answer general questions and hear concerns. We're going to work with Comox Strathcona waste management staff to educate public on reducing construction waste by recycling and using deconstruction practices. And we're going to continue to review best practice for service delivery on building permits, public outreach on these initiatives, and continue to develop building permit streams for small projects, demolition projects, interior renovations.
Just to touch a bit more on what John mentioned there about bringing back. So we'll be back in February with a staff report to introduce changes to BC Building Code on mandatory step. And then I'm planning end of April to be back with the draft building bylaw and communication plan and public outreach plans for your consideration as well. So this is a snapshot of the proposed 2023 budget. Permit revenue projections of 434,000 has remained essentially unchanged. So we've put it up $750. We did not increase it over 2022 due to just kind of the uncertainty of market industry and demand going into 2023. It's been high for several years. So we did leave that projected revenue as is. No increase in the tax requisition over 2022 for this coming year. There is a personnel cost increase of 67,677. This is due in part to restructuring within the building department, an increase in personnel, which resulted in 0.35 of an FTE for this year, as well as a temporary position to get some backlog on some internal processes and filings completed for us in 2023 and free up other staff time. Operating budget increase of $76,704. Overall, this is an increase partially due to legal fees on some legal actions, but as well as having that draft building bylaw properly reviewed and vetted before it comes back before you. And the public outreach and communication component is something that we have not typically budgeted through the service for. So this year we did accommodate to make sure we have enough to do that outreach and the communication that's very much needed, both on the service itself and that building bylaw. As well, we're quite excited to take on investigating through the branch overall. The building's going to be paying about $10,000 towards it out of that operating budget increase to explore and investigate other options for an online digital platform to streamline our planning and building applications. We're using an in-house software program now that's needing an upgrade and to be replaced. So that's inclusive of the operating increase there, the 76,000. Annually, we do an 11,750 contribution to capital works, and that's for future replacement of vehicles. And this year, future reserves is 105,755 budgeted. John and I can answer any other additional questions on this one.
Daniel?
Yeah, thanks. Now we have the answer as to how much would be saved if we didn't have a building inspection service. And it's curious that those three areas, but area D and the Strathcona actually came on board, but the other three haven't. It's puzzling. I guess I went the slide before. I really like your work priorities this coming year. I think it's you're outreaching a little bit beyond the scope, especially with the deconstruction and all those things. So it's really good to see that internal collaboration on. And it'd be nice to get a little report on that at the end of the year on those on the work priority programs before you keep going with the next round. And there was a sighting last week of a Ford Lightning in town, but it wasn't ours. So is there any update on our EV truck?
Yeah, the truck is budgeted out through a different function, 291. So I'll speak to that probably real soon here.
Gotcha.
But we're still on a wait list. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, and thanks for all the work. I really like the work priorities again.
Edwin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's important to note only $299,000 actually comes from requisition on this. So, you know, it's pretty well user pay, you know, like a service rather than just taxation. So I guess, and it's interesting to note that requisition hasn't increased at all. So thank you.
I did have one question in regards to the services that are provided to the village of Cumberland, and consequently the CVRD also having to add additional personnel increases of 67,000 plus. I'm just trying to understand why we're providing a service to the village of Cumberland, that and are we fully recovering that cost for doing that business with them? Does it also, I guess another question would be in regards to the time spent in the village of Cumberland, is that preventing the CVRD from doing its business at the end of the day, and consequently the need for additional personnel?
I'll answer the last question first, and then you can answer the first. And we are meeting with the village of Cumberland to take a look at the service and our ability to provide their expectations and meet our own. So that's an ongoing conversation, just to ensure that in the future, any commitments that we do make don't compromise the service we provide to our rural residents.
With the increase to staffing, a portion of that is actually the restructuring, the addition of myself from bylaw to building to oversee both. That was something that's restructured that happened in September. So that's an increase, as well as just some housekeeping that we needed to get done within the department. So we've had some temporary positions posted to get us caught up on that as well.
Thanks. I'm not sure we got a fully clear answer to Chair Hardy's question on Cumberland. So we do a sales service of 55,000, and then they have their user fees. So does that cover the costs of services if we average it out over, say, the last 10 years? Are we kiff on all that?
It's 55,000 a year. It's an inspector 2 days a week, and that's on contract to the end of 2024, April 2024. It was a 3-year contract renewal at the time. We're going into the 5th year, I believe, on that contract. So there's no increases. Any contract renewals, as the cost of our insurance, vehicle staffing goes up, that would be addressed through any contract renewals. So currently, as it is, as long as we're at full staffing capacity, the contract with the village is we're still making out okay on that one.
Not seeing any other questions. Do we want to vote on receipt of the report?
Recommendation, second.
Vote. All carried.
oversee law enforcement.
Second.
Carried. Thank you, Chair and Directors, and Mandy Zinsky will present this report.
All right. Thanks.
So again, through the CEO to the chair, this is 5-year financial plan overview for bylaw enforcement function 291, which is Bain Sound portion of area A, areas B, and area C. So this bylaw enforcement service administers animal control services, noise control, unsightly premises, and fireworks. Bylaw compliance staff work with the help of outside agencies and community groups when applicable to achieve compliance on enforcement files. This includes our CMP, Agricultural Land Commission, Ministry of Environment. To support corporate energy and emissions plan, CVRD's plan, an electric vehicle for bylaw staff is in the process of being acquired. This is a carryover from restructuring 2 years ago. And due to market demand, we have been on a wait list for some time. The initial vehicle we'd put out for had gone up in price by 10,000. So I have switched. It won't be a Ford product likely, but will still be a fully electric fleet vehicle for bylaw. A portion of one bylaw officer's time is partially dedicated to the legal dumping program and supporting CSWM and other regulatory as well. We have 2 full-time bylaw officers, and one of them is time is partially set aside to help and support CSWM. 2023 estimated tax rate is 0.0227, which results in an impact of $18.16 for a household assessed at 800,000. For 2022, the service, both animal control and kenneling contracts renewed for a 3-year term, expiring December 31st, 2026. So the animal control contract has been provided through BC Commissionaires, and we did renew with them a 3-year term. And kenneling is provided through BCSBCA, and we also renewed with them for a 3-year term. So our providers have not changed. Noise complaints made up of a total of 13% of all of our files in 2022. And sightly and nuisance complaint made up a total of 7% of all files in 2022. Staff successfully held our first adjudication hearings to hear disputed tickets. That was through our bylaw adjudication that we onboarded December of last year. It was a bit ahead of schedule. So these are actually unique for us. I think staff kind of pictured being able to use the civic room to hold the hearings, but they were all done through Zoom. So the adjudicator staff, as well as the folks who were disputing their tickets, were all heard through Zoom, which was new for us. It went very well. We were successful in those, and the tickets that were heard were upheld by the adjudicator, and the fines have since been paid. Bylaw staff also support the administration and enforcement of regulatory bylaws for CVRD parks, doing parks patrols and enforcement, as well as supporting animal control with enforcement in our parks. CSWM, as well as engineering in the summer months, bylaw staff's providing water patrols and enforcement. For 2022, something we've never had to do before, due to dry conditions, bylaw staff worked with the local fire chiefs to proactively stop the sale of fireworks and fireworks permits during the fire bans and high-risk fire. 2023 work plan priorities. So we need to look at improving our internal processes on payment hearings through provincial court. They've changed considerably since COVID. So we're working through that at the moment, some different requirements now, as well as increased support to CSWM through existing resources, that one dedicated employee, some education and outreach at the waste transfer sites, ensuring that folks that are visiting there are using the sites appropriately. So bylaw staff will help support that as well. An update to the enforcement policy to address environmental complaints and as well as our adjudication processes. We need to evolve those. We've learned a bit more as we've worked through that as well and update our policy. And continue to work closely with other agencies, including our CMP and our municipal counterparts. And that goes for watering as well as with the illegal dumping program as well. We work closely with Comox, Cumberland and Courtney. The proposed 2023 tax requisition is $240,000, which is an increase of $15,000 from the 2022 level. Overall personnel costs are proposed to increase by $8,260 in 2023. This is due in part to some contractual obligations through the collective agreement, as well as exempt market reviews. Operating costs have increased by $3,919 over 2022. This is in fact just some additional advertising, as well as the service is paying a very small portion towards that online platform that I mentioned during function 285 with building services there. Each of the functions in our branch are paying a percentage. Contribution to the future expenditure reserve in the amount of $13,000. That will go towards that. Oh, sorry, the next line. The capital is for that fleet, the electric fleet vehicle. And unfortunately, we're carrying that one on to the bitter end until we get that truck. And I can answer any questions on this one as well.
Adam?
Oh, thank you. Recovery from other revenue, should Comox Strathcona Waste Management be in there somewhere? If they're covering a portion of a FTE? Got one more too.
Thank you for the chair to Director Reeves. So yeah, with respect to the bylaw staff that are specifically allocated to the solid waste service, we actually allocate that FTE directly to that service. So it doesn't actually land in this
It's like
particular
a separate
service.
check.
Well,
with a different
really.
header on it.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I mean, really, do they actually turn up in Zabalas and Tassus once in a while to do work up there? Or it just seems like an insurmountable amount of area to cover.
Initially, when the program was first up and running, that position, that enforcement officer, did spend time doing a little bit of outreach and education on each of the participating municipalities in CSWM. So the only time now we're not actively going out to check sites is if staff there. Not every participant has dedicated enforcement staff. So quite often we're getting calls from maybe the smaller communities that are participating on what would constitute evidence, what can they do, just to touch base on what their options might be. So it's a lot of support, especially with the ticketing. They are issuing Comox Valley Regional tickets, which are administered through this office. So in a smaller place is writing those tickets, quite often their staff will check in prior to writing and then certainly after for the administration of that ticket. I need a copy of that back here so we can then track it. And so this is support level now. They're not driving up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See no other questions. We want to vote. Thank you. Carrie. We got a recommendation. Vote. Carried. Going to 15. Motion received. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair and Directors. And Mark Harrison is here to present three services: weed control, Saratoga Beach Community Mosquito, and Hornby Island Comfort Station.
Thank you and good afternoon through the CEO to the chair. Just bringing up my slide here. Thank you. Yes, I'm here to present the 2023-2027 financial plan for the Weed Control Service Function 296, the Saratoga Beach Community Mosquito Management Service Function 623, and the Hornby Island Comfort Station Service Function 688. So just quickly going to do an overview of each of the three services. So function 296, which is the weed control service that supports invasive plant education and outreach, as well as targeted treatment. It does work to help protect our natural environment. Invasive species do have a negative impact on biodiversity, and they do tend to outcompete our native plants. In terms of service delivery, that 296 is delivered through external contracts as well as community partnerships. So partners like the Comox Valley Naturalists and Hornby Island Residents and Ratepayers Association, Demi Island Ratepayers Association, Broom Busters, they all provide a service to help support our weed control program. We also have the COMP program, which is a regional initiative that targets high priority invasive plants. And that's all local governments do contribute to that service, although we do pay individually for our areas. We have been challenged since COVID with the receipt of a provincial grant. So we used to receive a provincial grant that was good for 3 years. And now we have to apply for that each year. So it's not a revenue that we actually put into the budget anymore, although we are making that application each year. So that application has been made and we're waiting for a result from that income. We've got a proposed residential tax rate of 0.3 cents per thousand for that service, with an impact of $2.40 for a property estimated at assessed at $800,000. In terms of 623, that is our mosquito program, and that supports mosquito abatement in a specified defined area within Saratoga and Miracle Beach. It was established in 2021 in support of the local residents association there. And the goal again is to reduce mosquito annoyance through the suppression of mosquito larvae. It is delivered through an external contract by a company called Duca Environmental. We are going to be entering our second year of a 3-year contract. Proposed residential tax rate of 4.7 cents per thousand, with a proposed tax impact of $37.68 for a property assessed at $800,000. For 688, that supports the delivery of outhouses services on Hornby Island, which is managed through the Residents and Ratepayers Association on Hornby. This year, there are some challenges in that there are insufficient reserves to meet community capital requests. There are a number of aging outhouse infrastructure there on the island, and the community is looking for support to upgrade those that infrastructure. We've got a proposed residential tax rate of 3.6 cents per thousand, tax impact 28.80 on a property assessed at 800,000. And in terms of the work plan, they're looking at outhouse replacement on Little Tribune Bay. So I'll just go through each of the individual comparative budgets. For weed control 296, we're looking at an increase of 1,500 to the requisition from 36,500 to 38,000. We've got other revenue of 2,500, and that's a result of changes to the way that we're delivering the Hornby Park service, which is now delivered through the CVRD rather than through the Residents Association. And we're looking at slightly larger operating expenses of 42,749, which is a result of increases to community partnership contracts. So we are getting slowly closer to where we were at pre-COVID levels.
where we had the provincial grant. So now we're trying to budget towards being at that pre-COVID level without the requirement to have that provincial grant. For function 623, mosquito control has a requisition of 29,000. That's the same as last year. As mentioned, we are in a 3-year contract for those control services. So not a lot of change for that service. And finally, 688. So this is the Hornby Island Comfort Station service. We are proposing a budget of 38,000 this year, which is an increase of 17,500. And that's largely to be able to support the capital works requests that are being brought forth through the community. We're also looking at a transfer from the reserves of 7,000, which is the bulk of the reserves there. And then in terms of the operating, we are looking at an increase of 23,520 from 2022. And again, that's the capital work request to replace the outhouse at Little Tribune Bay. So happy to take any questions.
Daniel?
Yeah, thanks. It's they're fairly on the capital side for the comfort stations. I know there's going to be demand over the coming years to put a little bit of money as they come up, the replacements, like we did Sandpiper a few years ago, and et cetera. But for such a small sum, and it feels like we could save the overall ratepayers the burden of that cost and assign this one to Community Works. Is that something that's been looked at, to just use Community Works fund for a little small capital expenditure like that?
Maybe I'll ask Kevin to answer that question.
Thank you very much, through the chair to Director Arbor. So no, we haven't currently considered using Community Works funds for items such as this. It would be something we'd have to just confirm the eligibility of a comfort station with respect to Community Works funds. Yeah.
Thanks. I guess my question is, is it going to go? I like when requisitions are fairly stable, and this is like 100% jump in the requisition. So it's like, and it's going to get knocked back down next year. So it just, to me, it seems like a small use of a grant that we could apply to this and keep the service level steady. So I wouldn't mind if before committing finalized, to see if just checked on the eligibility, and maybe we could assign it to that. There's a lot of cost increases across all our services on Hornby, so you'll keep seeing me trying to look for ways to reduce that burden.
Could we direct it towards the sewage commission?
Through the chair, if I may, I just want to clarify that the requisition increased to 38,000. That's actually being proposed to continue for the next 5 years at 38,000. So the idea is that they've actually given us another request to build a comfort station in the central area of Hornby, and then they're looking at some further infrastructure asks over the 10-year period. So that 38,000, we're proposing that basically remains current over the next 5 years to help us build in those reserve funds.
If I could ask another question in regards to the maintenance of those facilities, is that all taken into consideration with regards to that requisition as well?
Yeah, to the chair, it is, and it's actually the maintenance, the operational side is actually managed through the Hornby Island Ratepayers Association through an operational grant.
So with regard, sorry, follow up if I could. So in regards to, are they composting toilets that are being used, or like how's the doo-doo at the end of the day being removed, and where is it going to at the end of the day? And that's that's all covered by the Hornby Island Rate Association, or is that something that the CVRD still needs to address and deal with at the end of the day? Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, I believe there's another department that's working on potential composting toilets on Hornby, so that doesn't fall within this service. So for this is basically we give the HERA an operational grant to basically manage those outhouses for us. Some of them are owned by the CVRD. So they're on CVRD parks like the Sandpiper. And then others like this little Tribune Bay is actually infrastructure that is owned and managed by HERA itself.
Daniel?
Yeah, thanks. So, I mean, it's not that I'm against that. And thank you for bringing the 5-year plan into light. I met with the member of the co-op board a week ago around the rebuilding of the co-op and the need for public washroom and who would cover that. So there's probably a need to connect the dots between staff and myself around which conversations are leading where. But 100% and assume 100%, I'm not prepared to pass that right now until we have a better, clearer picture around how all these costs and levels of services are going to line up. Residents do want to see improvement, but how it's going to get funded, what share will be private enterprise, what share will be local government, that's yet to be determined for some of those bigger projects. And I think you're correct to point out that the composting toilet will also add another dimension if that gets launched around what sort of facilities we might want to emphasize. So until we have better resolve, I would not commit to a 5-year plan like that, because you never know, in small communities, those conversations could disappear the next year, right? So in a year of high inflation, I would rather that we find a way to do the project at hand. And when we have clarity and board authority around the full long-term plan, then let's adjust the budget at that time, would be my preference.
Seeing no more questions, do we want to receive the report? Vote, please. Carried, thanks. Moving into recommendation 1. Vote.
Oh, sorry, yes, we can. Sorry.
Talked about recommendation number 1. We've made a motion to receive. Now we're having a vote.
In favor of approval 1.
You good, Evan?
Good.
Carried. Recommendation number 2. Thanks, vote. Daniel's in. Edwin's in. Carried.
Refer it back to the next meeting of the EASC. Yep.
So we're going to refer recommendation number 3.
That's good.
Okay, carried. All right, into number 16, motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Amanda Yasinski joins us again to describe this budget report and answer any of your questions.
Through the chair. So this is the 5-year plan for the Denman Hornby Island bylaw enforcement function 299. This service regulates through bylaw, the noise bylaw, objectionable noise levels through the noise bylaw, property conditions and nuisances through unsightly premise bylaw, as well as the sale and discharge of fireworks. Bylaw compliance staff continue to work closely with Islands Trust staff, bylaw staff, and community groups. Through the corporate energy and emissions plan, An electric fleet vehicle for bylaw staff is in the process of being acquired, as I mentioned, through function 291 as well. The 2023 estimated residential tax rate is 0.0235, resulting in a cost of $18.80 for a household assessed at 800,000. So in 2022, bylaw staff worked closely with our CMP on several files where there was criminal element and increased public nuisance type calls. These were typically folks that would set up kind of permanent campsites on Modi access points and beach access points, and then noise, that kind of nuisance type calls and complaints. So between our CMP and bylaw staff, depending on who was on which island at the time, we just communicated back and forth on who had last made the point of contact with those folks until eventually they did move on. Bylaw staff continue to work with our CMP and Ministry of Transportation on joint initiatives regarding overnight camping and parking in regional parks and road accesses. This was particularly around Little Tribune road access where the comfort station is. We had quite a permanent campsite set up there for some time. Additional signage, visits between our CMP and bylaw staff to keep that one at a minimum. So for 2022, there were a total of 8 enforcement files between Denman Island and Hornby Island, as well as, I don't have the stats, but I know that each time the staff goes over, they were visiting all of our CVRD parks as well. For 2023, again, is to improve our internal procedures on payment hearings through provincial court because they do affect the service as well. Payment hearings, anytime we can save folks from Denman or Hornby a trip over to communicate with us, the Zoom through our adjudication has been helpful in that regard, as well in the payment hearings, so being able to do it online. Increased awareness of bylaw enforcement in the service area, what we offer at the Regional District for bylaw to Denman Island and Hornby Island, as well as how to initiate a bylaw complaint, reach us. Quite often we hear through the Islands Trust meetings and the community groups that folks aren't sure when to reach out to bylaw, if they can with a noise complaint and that kind of thing. So this year there's some money budgeted for additional community outreach to help that education process. And to continue to work closely with other agencies, including our CMP and provincial counterparts. Primarily on the islands, it is our CMP that we're working with on files. So an overview, the 2023 tax requisition is to remain unchanged at 45,000 as last year. Personnel costs, minor increase, 2,961 for 2023. And operating costs are proposed to increase by 1,930. A contribution of $18,008 to the service's future expenditure reserve for 2023, as this is a brand new service essentially. Last year was the first time that we contributed to the expenditure reserve. And there are no capital costs or projects planned for this service. And I can answer any questions on this one.
Daniel?
Yeah, thanks. I'm not involved in all the files, but what I hear is there's good collaboration between all the different jurisdictions involved. Alan Strauss and the RCMP and probably BC Parks, I'd imagine from time to time, maybe. Yeah, just I think the service is going well since we did the adjustment to bring everything under the same umbrella. So it's good to get that report today. Thank you.
Not seeing any other questions. Motion to receive the report. Thank you. Vote. All carried.
17, planning services.
Mr. Chair and Directors, Ton True is here to work with a team of our staff to present to you this budget and the implications and answer any of your questions.
Thanks, Tom.
Good afternoon, through the CEO to the chair and the directors. We are here to present the proposed 2023 to 2027 financial plan and work highlights for planning service. Function 500 planning, 501 geographic information system, 502 bylaw enforcement, and 503 planning policy. Rob and I will share the duties in presenting the financial plan and highlights for functions 500 and 503. And Manager Yansky will present the highlights for function 502, and Brian's here to present the function 501. The purpose of the planning service is to provide planning and development services, including processing development applications, policy amendments, and undertake strategic land use planning. Participants in Electoral A, excluding Devon and Horry Island, Electoral Area B, and Electoral Area C. As directed by the board through their corporate energy and emissions plan initiative, staff will ensure that future purchase of vehicles will be zero emissions. As a result of the current fleet use, the carbon emissions have been calculated from function 500 in the service area at 0.23 tons, and for function 502 at 3.9 tons, with the combined result cost carbon implication being $456.50. Staff is forecasting the application intake will remain similar in 2022, approximately around 122 applications submitted, with an uptake on complex applications connected to hazard area development. Based on the complete assessment rule, the estimated residential tax for 2023 would be 21 cents per 1,000 of assessed value, resulting in a tax impact of $170.08 for the property assessed at $800,000. Thanks, Amanda. So for 2022 work plan accomplishment for planning and planning policy, there were 122 applications submitted and processed by the plan department. 3 planner twos, a senior planner, and management staff are working diligently to process these applications. In addition, staff continues to work on subdivision referrals and rezoning applications that were submitted the previous years. Staff note that the applications are increasing in complexity arising from changes to provincial regulations, processing challenging properties that are in the floodplain or steep slopes areas, and submissions of larger applications, i.e. Union Bay Estates, Upper Island, and 400 Saratoga development. This requires a considerable amount of staff time and resource. In addition to processing application, planning staff continues to support intergovernmental initiatives and projects such as supporting the Sewers Extension South project. In 2022, staff brought forward the second phase of the coastal flood adaptation strategy, which undertook a risk assessment and development application measures. Staff has begun the implementation of the coastal floodplain strategy, working on coastal adaptation initiatives such as the Green Shore Dyke Road Park demonstration project. The agricultural plan update commenced in April 2022. The hiring of the agriculture coordinator resulted in a substantial amount of engagement between staff and the agriculture community. The review and evaluation of the 2002 agricultural plan was completed. A background report was created to provide an update on the current trends in the agricultural sector and the biophysical characteristics of the Comox Valley. The advisory committee was formed to guide and inform development of the plan. As for the Food Hub Stewardship Group was established. The Food Hub business development and partnership engagement planning are underway. Next slide. So for this PowerPoint here, you can see that 2023 was a busy year for the planning department. The bottom graph shows their application received per year from 2009 to 2022. The application submission have ranged from a low of 93 in 2014 to a high of 155 in 2010, with the average amount being approximately 123 applications. So we're roughly in that ballpark last year. The top right graphs shows the percentage of applications received in the electoral area in 2022.
51%, roughly 61 applications of 122 was from the Area C in 2022. Mostly from our environmental sensitive area development permits, around 18. Development permits around 17 were commercial industrial farmland DPs, and subdivisions was around 7. 29%, roughly 34 applications of 122 from Area B. Home occupation was around 9. In our environmental sensitive area development permit is around 8, and our commercial farmland DP is around 8. And 20%, around 26 applications of 122 applications were from Area A in 2022. 7 environmental sensitive area development permits, 4 subdivision referrals, and roughly around 3 floodplain exemptions and commercial and industrial DPs. Next slide. Thank you. So in this slide here, I just want to kind of provide just a snapshot of what type of application we received in all 3 electoral areas. As mentioned in the last slide, 2020 we received 122 applications. 33%, roughly 40 applications was our environmental development permit applications, which is water course, eagles, and herons. This type of applications were the most common and tends to be the highest. Staff is reviewing the DPA to see if the application can be streamlined. 16%, roughly around 20 applications, which are commercial or industrial farmland DPs applications, was submitted to the regional district. 11%, roughly 13 applications were subdivision referrals from the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. The slight increases probably mostly come from our section 514 subdivision for a relative that it goes to a rezoning that eventually goes to a subdivision if the board does approve. In 2022, there were 13 applications received, and in 2021, we've received 8. So there is a slight increase in subdivision applications. 11%, roughly 17 applications that were home occupation. So we're still seeing an increase in people wanting to work at home and starting business at their residence. And 7% floodplain relaxation application. We're seeing an increase in construction within the floodplain designated areas. In 2021, staff received 4 applications, and in 2022, we received 8. So there is an increase in these types of development in their hazard areas. And 7% DVP, which is the variance permit applications in 2022, we have seen a decrease in our variance applications from our previous year. So I think some changes in the zone bylaw regards to carriage host provisions that allows for increased height has decreased some of their applications coming in. So I'm going to pass this on to Robin to present the rest of their our PowerPoint.
We have a full slate of projects planned for 2023. Specific to Function 500, planning will be undertaking zoning bylaw amendments that are related to restricting or limiting secondary dwellings in the proposed South Sewer Extension Service area, as well as restricting or limiting new automobile service stations with petroleum-based sales. As well, staff have just received the rezoning application for Saratoga 400 and are currently working to confirm that the master development agreement requirements are being fulfilled by the Union Bay Estates. Planning is also exploring options to protect forest habitat and tree canopy, and this may include the development of land use planning regulations, such as tree protection in hazardous areas. This work aligns with the risk-based planning and hazard management work that is being done through the implementation of the coastal flood adaptation strategy. There are several large policy projects that continue into 2023 as staff focus on responding to the climate crisis by advancing coastal adaptation initiatives through developing risk-based hazard area planning policies and updating bylaws to account for sea level rise and other climate change related impacts, all through the implementation of the coastal flood adaptation strategy. Just last week, staff brought forward a staff report seeking board support to undertake a grant application to pursue phase 3 of this larger project.
In 2023, staff will continue to focus on GHG mitigation actions with the launching of a home energy concierge program, similar to other programs that are offered by other local governments, such as the Capital Regional District and the Regional District of Nanaimo. This program will assist property owners in their retrofit journey to make their homes more energy efficient by way of fossil fuel switching. And although initially undertaken as a regional project, the implementation of the Active Transportation Network Plan will focus on projects in the electoral areas. Staff are currently working to prioritize the top 3 projects to be undertaken first, and staff will then proceed with the detailed design work in order to get 2 projects shovel ready to be ready for grant opportunities this fall. As Ton had mentioned, that in terms of the food hub, they're building on the feasibility study that was completed in 2021, and staff are now exploring the viability of a food hub in the Comox Valley and determining if and how a food hub could be started. Staff are continuing to work on updating the agriculture plan to reflect the current trends and the biophysical characteristics of the Comox Valley. Next slide, thanks. I'll now speak to the financial plan highlights. The proposed 2023 tax requisition is 2.25 million, which is an increase of 250,000 from the 2022 level of 2 million. And this is to provide an increase for operating expenses such as legal fees and personnel costs. Overall, personnel costs are proposed to increase by 104,000, and this is in due part to increases for union and exempt positions through job maintenance and market reviews, as well as resources needed for an administrative project. Operations are estimated to increase 137,741 for functions 500 and 503, and 28,869 for 502. To assist with the overall affordability for the service, staff have and continue to pursue grant funding. Just a couple of grant programs that have been applied for or will be applied for are the UBCM Community Emergency Preparedness Fund. This is for the disaster risk reduction, category 2 and 3, the BC Active Transportation Infrastructure Grants Program, and as well the Food Hub project has applied for the Rural Economic Diversification and Infrastructure Program. And I'll hand it over to Amanda at this time.
Function 502 bylaw compliance within 500 is responsible for enforcement of land use and zoning violations. So staff administer through the zoning bylaw enforcement on, it can be anything as small as accessory building that doesn't require a building permit that's built too close to a property line, to something large and all encompassing that becomes, a larger legal action file on actual land use. Through this as well, through our official community plan, bylaw enforcement is responsible for following up complaints received on land alterations and development permit areas without benefit of a permit, environmental concerns. 502 supports all CVRD branches for enforcement, ticketing. I spoke previously to the smaller functions on our work with engineering and water and with parks, as well as CSWM. And then community and provincial partnerships. We work very closely with Agricultural Land Commission and are often first point of contact on files that are through the ALC in our area, and then work with ALC enforcement staff once they come up on joint files as well. So this is a breakdown of all enforcement activity through 2022. So zoning files through 502 come up 35% of all our files. And on there, we also have, it's a snapshot of all enforcement services, but it shows everything between weeds, parks, legal dumping, ticket disputes, animal control. And then on the right, the graph breaks down for area, what each file in each area is looking at for 2022. So I'm gonna pass this on to Brian Pearson now to walk him over the clicker.
I can have someone just manually move me. Through the chair and to the directors. I'm Brian Pearson. I'm the Senior Manager of Information Systems and GIS, which I'll be speaking to you today. GIS is the mapping service essentially that supports not only the planning department and all the pieces of the planning function. That's why it's kind of wrapped in the planning function, but as well through recoveries from other departments. It supports mapping throughout the Comox Valley Regional District for water, sewer, solid waste, and emergency services. It's a small little staff of 3 people. It hasn't changed over 14 years. We have 1 GIS analyst and 2 senior GIS analysts and myself who oversees their work. Again, we look after the IMAP tool, which are the pictures above, which the public have been using since 2004 in different forms and tools, as well as the staff internally use that system to access all our information throughout our organization that is in either map form or air photo form. Next slide. In 2022, we looked after bringing in 2022 digital air photos. They were shot in June and July. They form the backdrop of what our departments use to assess and also pass on to contractors as we do different functions or different work throughout the regional district. It's again something that's cost shared among a number of functions across the regional district. We've also, the public have access to our mapping through the public IMAP, but we also have an internal version that we've been building in-house and for release this year. Also, GIS forms a lot of the basis to our new asset management and computer-aided management and maintenance system, which is called CityWorks. The water department has made the first step into that. And again, through funding of services from the water department, cost or essentially recovery from their department, we've been assisting them with all the mapping regarding and the tools built into that CityWorks tool, which they are now out in the field using as of last March. To maintain and handle all their work orders throughout all of our regional water areas. One of the other things we do with IMAP is kind of touted as a really good system by all our neighboring regional districts. So we have 3 of our regional districts surrounding us using the system. So we do contract that out. We have Alberni Clayoquot, Regional District of Mount Waddington, as well as Cathet Regional District, using our system both in-house and externally for their constituents for accessing their mapping. And so we host that on our server farm here. And then also we support the Village of Cumberland with mapping as well as an IMAP service as well. We also do some minor work for Mount Waddington as well. Or the Regional District of Mount Waddington, again, supporting their GIS functions. And again, these are contract services. I'll show a slide that sort of shows the revenue coming in. Next slide. 2023, we are looking at the launch of the new Alberni Clayoquot Regional District IMAP for them. And that will be essentially for that regional district to access their mapping data. Again, we host that and let them use our system for a fee. We're also moving more of our data so it's accessible in the CityWorks program as each department start using it for doing their asset management or their work orders for looking after their real assets in the field. The sports centers, the sewer treatment plant, fleet management, all those pieces will fit into CityWorks as a way of essentially managing those assets throughout our organization. Some of the other things we do beyond just our regular mapping for supporting our departments is building unique products for how the public access the information. If you are looking at the sewer conveyance
information. There is what we call a story map that leads the public through all the information relating to the sewer conveyance project. We are also doing the same thing to essentially present all the watershed information that's been collected over many years and giving a sort of a mapping aerial photo view of our watershed for the public to access and see all that rich data that we've been collecting for it. Couple of the other initiatives we're looking at is working with ESRI, which is essentially the software company that essentially is the makers of our software for actually pretty much the whole world. But they have a community mapping function that supports mapping to essentially allow it more accessibility to free access for volunteer or community sites that need information. They provide it by taking data from us and making it fit within their framework. So we're looking at an opportunity to essentially share our mapping through that process. And one of the things we've had to do in the past is do sharing agreements for our data. A lot of the municipalities and regional districts throughout BC are looking at open data, where you essentially throw out the sharing agreement and put your data up for open use, essentially data that you develop in-house. You make it fully accessible to the public so they can use it however they would like to in any sort of project, whether it volunteer or paid. So that is something we'll be bringing back to the electoral area services later in the year. Back in 1999, we went through a process of just going through a sharing agreement for the public to access our data. This essentially puts that data out there and makes it available for everyone without any sort of agreement. You're essentially saying, this is our data, it's authoritative, this is what it is, and you can use it for whatever purpose you are using it for, as long as you're not going outside the boundaries of that purpose. And then also throughout the year, we just support our continued support with our contracts with our surrounding regional districts and the Village of Cumberland. Next slide. We're the little area in the budget there, surrounded in red. There's an increase of about $17,000, partially due to just the QP contract and staff costs, as well as there's $8,380, which is just increases in software maintenance, training, and minor capital. Last slide. This just shows you we do bring in about $45,000 from sale of services to our other regional district functions, our other surrounding local governments that use our IMAP service, and there's still a little bit of sales of paper maps to our public, which we still do. For that $45,000 offsets part of our budget and also helps us afford the very expensive software that we use by sharing it with our other municipalities, or our other regional districts and the Village of Cumberland. I'll leave it at that.
Any questions? Daniel?
Yeah, thanks. This is a lot of presentation and a lot to unpack, and we could probably spend a half a day on the planning service. But overall, they're all really good initiative. Like if I feel back from Brian, I actually do like to talk to the public about CVRD as an entrepreneurial organization. And that's one that, even though we're not deriving a ton of revenue, it shows that we are looking for opportunities to be of service to others, 911 being another example. So this is all good news. And it also validates the kind of quality approach that we have when you have others that want to use your services. On that one, there's been no, is there been any conversation of about Courtney and Comox and KFN, any interest in those types of services or collaborations?
Through the chair to the director. Courtney uses their own system, as well as Comox just started their own system as well. So there was some interest in Comox, but they decided to use some of the free tools available. on the public for presenting their maps to their public.
Great. Thanks. And then I'll peel back to prior presentations. Really happy to see the active transportation network plan implementation approach and the 40,000 attributed to that. I think it'll be really great. And I guess it doesn't mention on either that or agriculture, it doesn't mention the service issue or whatever. I guess it can live in planning for now, and that's fine. But it's exciting that we're moving towards actual actionable plans, fundable plans on the active transportation network. The home energy concierge program, really great idea. I think there's a lot of appetite in the public. And then I noticed that we have a heat pump in the entrance of the CVRD now. So for people who want to learn about it, really good to see. So I'm in favor. So many initiatives. I had one final comment, Chair. I don't know if it escapes me right now, but if did you or yourself have items to speak about? I can take a pause.
I'm good, but if you want to follow up with staff afterwards with a question, I think that's fair. So we want.
So just the budget, man. Let's just go to the budget. I forget my other item, which was probably congratulatory as well. But yeah, the jump of 250 definitely is noticeable. I think it's well rational, but it's tough because we want some of these initiatives. It's still an 11% jump basically in our requisition for planning. So just the overall, when we talk about 11% of the district, well, all these initiatives add up to that. And so if the directors don't have a concern with that, then I'm actually quite happy with the initiatives and justifying it. And it's not just initiatives, some of them are needs as our programs require. But I would, it just feels funny to approve like this service is like 2.25 million. So would I like to spend more time on it and not feel like this is just like I spent as much time on the comfort station? It feels like we're a bit rushed today and it's getting late in the day, right? So
do you want to refer?
No, I'm just saying for future. It might be, I think a big service like that could deserve maybe earlier in the day or more time in the future. Yeah, thank you.
Well, do we not have another time or another kick at the can, if you would say, with regards to when we meet with the CVRD board to discuss these items? I just asked the question.
We do. We have an electoral area services committee again in March 2nd, in 2 weeks' time, February 13th. So that's where the comfort station report will come back. There's also other electoral area budgets on that agenda as well. This one could be referred to that agenda as well if you wanted more time. So certainly that's an option for the committee.
Daniel?
Yeah, I think it's a good suggestion, Chair. Just welcome to the fast pace of budget where, in terms of us having to consider these things and not a lot of time and in regards to your comment about the board, we typically haven't brought our discussions in front of the full board. We usually figure out our budgets and then bring them forward. And there's not a lot of discussion on the ASC budgets, but we could do that too. So it's been done in the past on it has been on a couple of items where we're waiting for more information. I'm not requesting more information. I just feel it's a lot to absorb. And I guess like for example, the home energy concierge, we got a little overview, but we don't have the full detail of the program. We don't have the full business case and how it's going to work, who's going to oversee it. Are we going to have the heat pump sector at the table working with us? Like there's a lot of detail that's missing before we approve that budget. So that's part of but overall on the top level, I'm very happy with it. So Chair, we could put a placeholder in the next ESC if you feel that you'd like more information, because that would allow me to simmer on it too. And I might have more pointed questions at the next ESC if we put it as just an item to touch base on.
Your thoughts, Edwin?
Yeah, I think that, it's because of something called an election in the fall. It means we had we basically had to hit the ground running as far as budget goes. So anything that we have that seem to be bright, new, shiny ideas, we can certainly bring forward on the next budget cycle, because we're going to have a not quite as hectic pace. I think generally our feeling, the way I'm reading it here, is that this is becoming quite an increase over past years. Now, there's a lot of reason for that. I talked to Kevin about it this morning, actually, the fact that at the Black Creek Oyster Bay, the fact that you know, we went through an austerity drive, and through our rethink and our COVID budget, and we held things back that could have been moving ahead about 2% a year, or whatever natural growth rate is. But since that time, like I said, there is no tax holiday, right? Not even a tax weekend. So in that time, of course, we've now got some major increases in labor costs in some of our sectors. We've got inflation running at 6+%, and we're trying to claw back 3 years worth of restrained budgets. So rather than increasing 2% a year, all of a sudden we're doing 11%, is it? So it's pretty staggering, I think, to the public. The public are going to ask a lot of questions. And of course, we don't have all the answers. It's pretty complicated. So I don't know. One thing we might do, because I get to read that everybody's concerned about this, including the directors around this table. So I think we're paying the price for holding it back. That's the way it works. You can't stop the big train. And now we're faced with all this massive increase at one point in time, where it could have been leveled out over 3 or 4 years or something like that. So sure, I mean, a lot of this stuff is nice to have, but if we're heading into what most economists think is going to be a pretty severe recession, then maybe we could see if all the departments could try to find some economies. Maybe we could decide on maybe not moving forward on every single shiny new plan. At the end of the day, our property taxes are only paid by 60% of the population that own property. The rest of them don't pay us anything. So they get to vote. So this is what I've always said before about the fact that it's a very unfair system, right? It's not an even, well-dispersed system. I mean, you've got senior government with all their avenues of revenue, and we're stuck with what we got. So should we be taking everything on right now? No, I'm not sure. It's pretty late in the day. We don't have much time. We got to have this thing adopted by the end of March. So I don't know what this committee thinks, but if it's going to be coming back, maybe we can just have a discussion about what can we put off for another year or what have you, because I've got concerns. I've got real concerns about it. And it's not just us. I mean, we're running a $150 million capital budget here. It's peanuts by some comparison, but it's massive by others, depending where you're sitting. So, most of the increases that our residents are feeling, a lot of them, are things, the nice to have things, like their social media and, their car, their truck, their RV, their boat, all that stuff. But I don't know, maybe there's some low-hanging fruit that we could just put off for another year, and then that'll give us another 9 months to discuss it. No easy answers, folks.
So coming back to number 17, because I think that's what we're chatting about with regards to the report, right?
Yeah.
So again, do we want to vote on the receipt of the report, or do you want to refer? Digest and come back and have another discussion about 17, but we still need to have a discussion around 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So if we're going to contemplate things in number 17, are we going to have to contemplate things in 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, up to 24? And then again, based upon what we've had discussions revolving around the first 16 items, where we're asking to make decisions on budgeting for assets over on Hornby Island or Damon Island or Union Bay or Fanny Bay. Where do we draw the line in regards to those discussions and referring what we're going to talk about in this particular agenda item? So there's a lot to soak in, and where do we draw the line, gentlemen?
This is a big budget.
Yeah.
So is there any economies to be had? We send this one back and see if they can do a 3% overall or something like that. I mean, it's simplest to kind, but. So I'd be willing to defer it, but like you say, what about all the other ones? You know, we have to make our mind up sooner or later.
Well, I'm happy to follow the two of you. I'm happy to pass the budget, but then for staff to come back quickly. Like, I'll give one example, right? The home energy thing for 50 grand. Are we going to approach Courtney and the other jurisdictions so we share in that office? I have a lot of questions around how we're going to be efficient across the different jurisdictions. There's an answer. So maybe if she answers this one, maybe I'll be happy to pass the budget. No pressure.
Through the CEO to Director Eber, this program, I am happily to share with you, is funded through the funds that we receive from local government climate action program.
Yep.
And so those funds were calculated based on our electoral area population. And so these monies need to go towards rural projects. And we really felt like this was quite the perfect opportunity to use these funds. Following up on the Transition 2050 action plan, this was identified as a really good strategy to try and move that dial on retrofits. And so we plan to use the money towards this. It's approximately $50,000, and we're hoping to launch it in the next coming months if the budget is approved.
See, great. That's the level of.
Yeah, it's not tax requisition.
No, I know, I understand. And those funds we're actually going to, I'm working on a resolution to triple those funds for the future. But we have yet to receive a report because this first year we received the funds, there was an election. So we haven't received a report or considered any of the potential actions we could have taken. So over the last 6 months since you received, the staff has determined, but so I'm happy to hear that. I just, maybe we can pass the budget, but as Dr. Grief said, for planning to come back to us either at strategic session or before with a lot more detail around how these programs are going to unfold. Yeah.
Yes.
Does that satisfy the chair?
We plan to bring forward the updated strategy that will essentially provide just all new actions that we could look at in terms of reducing residential emissions.
Exactly.
So that would be a part of that. And we would bring forward the plan with a lot more detail and information.
Yeah, because I understand we didn't get just 50,000. We probably got quite a bit more than that. Or that's it, just 50,000 from?
No, approximately 120,000. And it's currently sitting in reserves.
Yeah.
And we have until 2025 to spend it. So we're allowed to accumulate.
Thank you.
I think for the directors today, I see three options for you. You could approve the recommendation as presented, the budget that's on the table here. There will be subsequent information, subsequent reports. There's a planned strategic planning session, April 3rd, admittedly after the budget, but it will help to guide the EA directors in some of your initiatives. So one option is to approve the budget as it's presented, knowing there will be subsequent information coming. Another option is to refer it for the 2 weeks with no further direction, but it can then sit with you as more information to sit with you for a bit. Or thirdly, you can direct staff to take a look at this particular budget and try to identify some cost savings, if you will, or whatever the case is. So I think it's electoral area director's decision here to move forward.
Edwin?
The wiggle word is proposed.
I can certainly add to that. And if the proposed budget here is presented, then it would be built into the recommended financial plan, which is the bylaw the board must adopt by the end of March. And there is always, until that adoption motion is taken, the chance to make changes. So.
Okay, so do we have a motion,
Recommendation?
recommendation?
You move it? You just move it? I just moved it. Second.
Okay. Carrie? Are we?
Got to vote on it.
Yeah, sorry, I was gonna vote.
Okay.
Thought we had. Carrie?
It's carried.
Okay, can we take like maybe a 5-minute refreshment break and get back into work? We'll get about 2 more minutes and we'll get everybody back. And 2 minutes to play in the third period. We got everybody here that needs to be here. Excellent. All right, moving into 18. Receipt.
Second.
Thank you. Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Kevin Duville will introduce this report on Denman, Hornby Recreation, and 607. Contribution service. Kevin.
Busy and sorry, Cal.
Quite all right. Thank you very much, Chair, to the director. So yes, I'll be presenting this brief report on the 605, 606, 607 report, functions that provide recreation support to both Denman and Hornby Islands. And so as noted there, the Denman and Hornby Recreation Services 605 and 606, those are really there to help support year-round on-island athletic, fitness, and sports opportunities for residents on both of those islands. So we provide contributions both to the Denman Island Residents Association for Denman and the Hornby Island Residents and Ratepayers Associations for Hornby to support various initiatives that they deliver through themselves and also with partner agencies on the island. Function 607, the Part A Denman or Part A Hornby Denman Rec Complexes contribution. This is in lieu of both islands being participants in our Comox Valley Recreation Complex services. So this is how they provide some level of contribution to our larger rec service, and that's driven by a calculation going back to about 2005 that I'll be speaking to momentarily. So as noted, 605 and 606 provide operational grants to DERA and HIRA respectively. Both those agencies provide us with 5-year annual plans with respect to their operational grant requests to support the various activities and programs that they are looking to deliver from year to year. We also do supplement the funding that each of those groups receive through 605 and 606, rather through the larger rec grant service, our function 600. So they each receive $4,000 out of that particular funding as well. As I noted with 607, in lieu of being participants in our larger Comox Valley Rec Complexes service, the islands contribute via 607, and that formula was established back in 2004. And right now that formula is the greater of 25,000 or population times $12.62. And as you may recall, starting last year, we've updated the population metric to reflect the 2021 federal census figures. So the federal census population figures for both islands is now at 2,616. So to give you a sense of kind of the year-over-year rate changes, column one kind of provides you the residential tax rate for 2022. And then of course that middle column, the rate for 2023. All rates are down slightly. That's obviously reflective of the fact that most of these requisitions are staying fairly flat, but also a sense that the assessments are continuing to go up modestly, as was reported last week by BC Assessment. So for 2023, for homes assessed at 800,000, the tax impact for Denman Island Rec would be about $1,568. For Hornby Island Recreation, that would be $2,424. And then lastly, for the Denman Island Hornby Rec Complex's contribution, that would work out to $13.92. And this is just a quick snapshot of each of the proposed financial plans for each service. As I noted, most of the requisitions are staying fairly flat, with the exception of the Denman service. That is up about $1,600 from last year. That's really being driven by the fact that DERA has asked for a modest increase of about $2,000 to their operational grant to support additional activities on the island. We also did provide them some one-time funding last year, which is reflective in that amount as well. There are no personnel costs or CBRD personnel costs associated with these services. So it's really there to support these operational grants to those two agencies. And currently we don't have any reserves for these services. However, something we may consider in future just to kind of help deal with some of that requisition stabilization. But that's all I really have here, but certainly welcome any questions.
Any questions? We don't have any questions? All right, we want to vote on the vote on receipt. Thanks. Carrie.
Second.
Vote on recommendation. Carried.
Second.
Perfect. Carried. Report.
Mark Harrison to introduce this areas A, B, and C Parks and Greenway service. Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, James. To the chair, I'm here to present the 2023-2027 financial plan for Denman Island Community Parks and Greenway Service, which is function 619, and the Hornby Island Community Parks and Greenway Service, which is function 620. In terms of service overview, these services, they support the provision of community parks and trails for public enjoyment, recreation, and conservation on Denman and Hornby Islands. Community partnerships are extremely important for both of these services. On Denman, we work with the Denman Island Ratepayer Residents Association, their Parks Committee and their Trails Committee. So they do have two separate committees there. And then on Hornby, we work with the Hornby Island Residents and Ratepayers Association there. This year, the CBRD took on the operations on Hornby Island. So the HERA is now in an advisory role, and it actually seems to be working quite well. And it's a model that we've been proposing to Denman Island as well. In terms of operational challenges, the big one is just the ferries and being able to get over there. So having contractors available on the islands to help us out is pretty important, because otherwise we're looking at substantial travel costs for our contractors. And then, like all our parks, and with climate change, there's more adverse weather events, whether that's sea level rise or wind events or king tide events that are impacting our park service. In terms of tax, Denman, we're looking at 0.1351 per thousand of assessed value, which is down from 2022, with a tax impact of 108 for an assessed property at 800,000. And for Hornby, we're looking at 17 cents per thousand, which is down slightly from 2022 with a tax impact of $136.32. Just some really quick highlights from 2022 work plan. On Denman Island, we focused on asset management. We did some upgrades to the trail to the beach in Percy Park. We upgraded the bumpers, as you can see in that photos, on Bill Mee boat ramp. And we did some fixes on the Morning Beach stairs. In terms of design, we completed the design from Owl Crescent to Gravelly Bay for the Denman Cross Island Trail. And as part of that, we obtained a statutory right-of-way over 350 meters of private property. On Hornby Island, we did trail upgrades in Mount Jeffrey, on the Gull Road Greenway, and on the Hornby Roadside Trail. We also did a risk assessment for our trails and features on Mount Jeffrey, and we also did a hazard tree assessment for all our parking areas on Mount Jeffrey to just give us a really good handle in terms of risk of where we're at for that park. The big one on Hornby, though, is that we did do a transition to a new operational model. So that took up a lot of staff time, finding contractors, developing in terms of reference with HERA in the advisory role. And but I think we're in a good space here now moving forward. In terms of 2023, we've got a bunch of capital projects, some design work, and obviously lots of ongoing kind of park operations, which is typical of Parks Department. On Denman, we are proposing construction of the Denman Cross Island Trail. So we did do 2 active transportation grants for that project. Our federal active transportation grant was unsuccessful, so we just found that out. The provincial grant is still pending, and that could be up to 70% of the capital cost. What we are proposing is we've got 180,000 proposed in capital. For that, 120 of that was Community Works Fund, 60 from reserves. We would like to use those funds, whether we get the grant or not, so that we can help address some of the more critical public safety issues along those sections of trail. The other thing in Denman, we are going to work on design for the downtown area, as you kind of were discussing earlier. And then on Denman, we are going to continue our conversations with DERA about looking at towards that same kind of model that we have on Hornby, where the CVRD would manage the operations, which so far they seems to be supported. In Hornby, we're looking at doing trail sign upgrades and trail upgrades in Mount Jeffrey Park in 2023 to help us manage the risk there. And obviously ongoing park operations with drainage and asset management infrastructure. And we are going to continue to engage with the province and BC Ferries in regards to the future of Shingle Spit. Oh. Just looking at the comparative budget for 619 Denman, we are proposing a budget of 116,000, which is an increase of 11,000 from the 2022. And that's largely to help us build our reserves for capital projects and for asset management in the future. In terms of our expenditures, the personnel costs have gone up slightly, just under 3,000. That's just to accommodate general staff wage increases. Operating costs down slightly, and then increases almost just over 9,000 for reserve contributions. For 620 for Hornby, we're looking at a proposed budget of 180,000, which is an increase of 10,000 over 2022. And again, that's to augment our reserves for future asset management. Our surplus this year was a little bit larger, and that's largely to do that transition from the CVRD taking over the park operations from here. So some projects needed to be put on hold while we were trying to find contractors and such to do that to that maintenance work. Our personnel costs are up slightly. Again, that's general wage increases. Interestingly, our expenditures are proposed to go down 30,000, and I think that's to do with some of the efficiencies of the CVRD actually managing the operations. A slight increase, 2,500 of transfer to other functions, and that's a transfer to the weed control service, and that was captured under the operational grant with HURA in previous budgets. And then a bigger contribution to reserves. So happy to take questions.
Daniel?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, overall very good, and I especially appreciated that you're looking at the downtown Denman as well as a opportunity on the Cross Island Trail. And I guess depending on the timing of when we hear from the province, you're wanting to proceed on some of the safety feature, but that would not be the. I'm just so I guess my question is, if we fail at the provincial grant, would we not want to not expand our funds so they can be part of the next round of an application? And or how much work would get done with that safety feature out of the full pot? Because I'll tell you, my thinking is if design and implementation in the shorter downtown was in a similar ballpark, maybe I'd prioritize that. And then I know the committee and the island has been waiting a long time for this project, but it's only 700 or 800. So I wouldn't want to do a bit of safety feature and then nothing happens and downtown doesn't happen. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, through the chair. So we've allocated some money for professional fees for the downtown design. So that doesn't speak to the 180,000. So the 180,000 is a different pot.
Yeah.
So of that 180,000, there was 120 in community works funds and 60 from reserves. What we're proposing is that we move ahead and try to address some of the more critical pieces that are unsafe. And I think the big one is around the ferry terminal, where you get these huge lineups of cars and you have families that are out on the streets while other vehicles are coming off of Hornby, and being able to build a trail system there. So those families and people that are waiting to get over to Hornby are in a safer situation. I think that's the kind of major one that I would like to address, which is why I was requesting some monies towards that. But obviously that is up to you, because as it was originally put, that 180 was supposed to go towards supporting the larger $700,000 project.
Okay, let's I can pass the budget so we don't spend too much time, but just as final feedback, Mark, the BC Ferry is still talking about redoing all the waiting lines and everything, and wouldn't it be nice if they covered our piece? Because they can do community amenity. I don't know if you've had those conversations, but let's have a discussion on the opportunities.
If I could follow up, I was just going to ask the same question, Daniel, because I know over in Gravelly Bay, BC Fairs is doing some major works over on that side of the island, right? So I would think that pathway that you're talking about, I would push BC Ferries to turn around and deal with that. That was just my thought. So thanks. So we're good. Okay, so motion to receive the report. Great. And I see that there's a recommendation. Is there a motion to? Thank you. And a vote on the recommendation? Looks like recommendation 1 is voted upon in favor, carried. We have recommendation number 2. Motion? Second. Thank you. Vote. Perfect. Number 20, new event. How's that? Thank you. Carrie, report.
Back over to Mark Harrison.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, thank you, James. Through the chair, here to present the 2023-2027 financial plan for the Bain Sound electoral areas B and C Parks and Greenways, which is function 621. So just in terms of an overview, this function supports the provision of community parks and trails within the Bain Sound portion of electoral A, as well as electoral area B and electoral area C. In terms of service, we're continuing to focus on maintaining our existing service levels, concentrating on our operational spending on our flagship parks, so those parks that are receiving the heaviest visitation, and then concentrating on capital projects that have either grants or community works funds or have a partnership element to them. Community partnerships are really critically important to this service. They drive our operational service delivery. Our basic park maintenance continues to be largely delivered through community health and not for profit organizations. So they're really, they do really great work, and that helps us reduce our operational costs, but it also helps us support the community where we live. In terms of operational challenges, very similar to Denman and Hornby, there are operational challenges related to climate change and with our weather events, with our king tide events. As you can see, the bottom picture there, that's Goose Spit during the last king tide event. Our wind events and sea level rise, and so we're trying to be proactive on how we're going to address these challenges in the future, because I think they're around to stay. And with COVID, we still do have some supply challenges. So this last year, finding contractor availability was tough. And some of our park technicians were actually out there doing some of that work because we couldn't find the contractors to do it. In terms of tax or proposed tax, we're looking at a residential tax rate of 15 cents per thousand, and that would result in a tax impact of approximately $120.96 for a household assessed at 800,000. Just want to touch quickly on the CEP. Parks actually has a very low contribution. It was 0.8 of greenhouse gas emissions, and so that actually comes out to 0%. And that's largely because we don't have any infrastructure, we don't have any building infrastructure, but we do recognize that we need to help with that plan. We are looking at electrifying our two parks vehicles, one in 2024 and one in 2027. Through the CEP also, it is recognized that there's possibly a way that we can define and we can recognize the importance of national assets in terms of carbon capture, and maybe how parks can be recognized as a future carbon benefit as an outcome maybe of that CEP planning. So in terms of 2022, our work plan accomplishments, we did quite a bit of design this year, and we were quite busy with on our acquisition side. We dealt with the Maris Nature Park donation. We were able to secure the Spike Road property. We were able to secure through a subdivision an extension of Saratoga Park so that we can work on safer connection to school up there at Miracle Beach. So a lot of good kind of acquisition kind of design stuff happening. We were working on the Dyke Road Green Shores partnership project with planning. And in terms of design, we've got a design for Copeland Loop Trail and Seal Bay Park to make it more accessible for those with mobility challenges. And then we were working all year in partnership with the town of Comox and the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure on design for the Lazo Greenway. In terms of capital projects, we did do some improvements at Seal Bay Park. We finished up the base road parking, and we did build a bird blind on the Melders Marsh Loop. And on Nymph Falls, we improved the accessibility there. So we replaced a toilet that was not accessible to an accessible toilet, which was a great donation from a company called Inclusive by Design. So that was a really great partnership to create more accessibility in our parks. And then throughout the year, as each year, we work with our community partners on development projects, whether those are trail upgrades and such. In 2023, we've got capital project construction plans, as well as more design and planning, and then our ongoing park operations. In terms of capital project construction, we are looking at proposing constructing of the Lazo Greenway, which is a $1.7 million project, of which we've got just over 1.3 million in a grant, which covers up to 60% of that project. We're hoping to build the Copeland Loop Trail and make that more accessible. We are hoping to do enhancements to the Don Apps Trail. That infrastructure is very much aging and in need of replacement. We are hoping to do a trail to connect the school through Saratoga Park up in Miracle Beach. And we're hoping to extend the One Spot Trail towards Endall Road and through our Spike Road property. In terms of planning, we want to bring forward some management options for the Spike Road property, and we want to continue with our design development on our Dyke Road Green Shores project. So looking at our comparable budget, we are looking at requisition 1.6 million, which is the same as 2022. We do have a few more revenues and recoveries, and those are from other departments that we're helping out in terms of managing land aspects. We did have a surplus of 275,000 from last year, and that was really largely because we had a reassessment of our asset management projects to really try to redefine and better define timing and objectives. So some projects got pushed forward and weren't completed. And then in terms of expenditures, we're looking at personnel costs of actually going down by just over 67,000. And that's largely due to reallocation of some of our parks staff time to the new Regional Parks and Trails service in 2023. And then our operations, we are looking at that down about 106,000, largely due to a reduction in professional fees and minor capital projects. So we want to stay aggressive on our minor capital projects, but we also want to make sure that those are realistic and achievable. And then our contributions to reserves, just over 700,000, so an increase of approximately 33,000. And I should note that within the operating expenditures, the beach fire program hasn't been included. That is about a $50,000 program, and with about $10,000 in firewood. So that 60,000 hasn't been included in that. So that has been canceled for the last 3 years. And then finally at the bottom, we've got debt of 156,000. So that's a new expenditure for 2023, and that's to pay down the debt on the Spike Road purchase. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Maybe I'll ask James the question in regards to, sorry, I'm still trying to wrap my head around a rural park and a regional park. And the rural parks, I understand, kind of fall under the jurisdiction of the Electoral Area Services Committee. And then we have the regional parks that fall under everybody's umbrella. Is that right?
That's correct. And currently, because the regional park service is so brand new, there are no parks, there are no properties that are actually managed or part of that regional park service at this time.
So the question I have is, moving forward, do we see a separation of rural parks and regional parks? Or is there a vision to amalgamate the rural parks with the regional parks so we don't have this little service budget for rural parks and then another budget for regional parks? Because the rural parks that we have, let's don't kid ourselves, everybody goes to the rural parks as well, right? At the end of the day. So, I mean, there's still a cost associated with maintenance, et cetera. So like I said, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this service. I know it's fairly new. And I just asked the question, is there a vision in regards to rural parks and regional parks amalgamating, so we don't have these two different pockets and rural parks maybe being underfunded and regional parks being substantially funded?
So I think that's probably the first question that the new Regional Parks and Trails Committee will look at is their strategic plan, their vision for just exactly what is the Regional Park Service. And Mark was part of the discussions all the way through with Alan Nielsen, who we brought in to help facilitate those discussions with the municipalities and elected officials and staff. And Mark, was there much discussion on the idea of rural parks becoming regional or municipal parks becoming regional, or is that still all to be determined through that strategic planning work with the new Regional Parks Committee?
Yeah, thanks, Chair James. To the chair, when we went through the whole background study with the Regional Park Service, we felt it was best. All the participants felt it was best that we didn't talk about existing parks being folded into the Regional Park Service, that we wanted to keep those separate. So I think the best way to think about the rural community parks is really as electoral area parks, which is very similar to each municipality. They have their own park system. So the town of Comox has a park system, City of Courtenay has a park system, Village of Cumberland has a park system, and then this 621 will be the electoral area park system, which is should be providing parks and trail services to neighborhoods in electoral areas. So what's happened over the years is because we didn't have a regional park service, which many regional districts had before, that de facto regional park service function ended up kind of being swallowed up within our 621. And our 621 Parks and Greenway strategic plan has actually quite a regional flair to it. So I think the best way to kind of move forward is that we look at the Regional Park Service, that do their regional park, their planning, and come up with a vision on what that service is meant to accomplish. And then after that is done, we have a relook at what the electoral area service, park service should accomplish, because I think that strategic plan will then need to be updated. But I do think I do think that there's value in keeping the regional park service and the electoral area services separate. And the other thing is that the regional park service, that's everyone is contributing to that. So so I think they're from a fiscal standpoint, with the City of Courtenay, with the town of Comox, want to be paying for a small park out in Area C or or somewhere in Fanny Bay. So I think there's some real value in separating out those services. And I think just because it's called a regional park service and we're the regional district, there's a little bit of kind of misunderstanding on what that regional park service is supposed to accomplish. But regional parks service is really supposed to look at things that are benefit to everyone in the whole community and look at maybe larger conservation pieces, look at connecting our major communities, whereas the electoral area services should be looking at smaller community style parks.
So I'm going to ask one more question and then I'll go to Daniel and then I'll go to Edwin. So again, I'm trying to understand the Spike Road Park, which is, if I understand correctly, it's a rural park because it was the Electoral Area Services Committee that took funds out of their resources to purchase that huge park for an extreme amount of money. And at the end of the day, to me, that I'm still trying to understand and grasp why that wouldn't have been deemed a regional park, and whether or not there's the ability to even swing that into the regional park services down the road, where maybe the area A, B, and C get some type of retribution, or the park gets bought back by the regional park service for the rural park to bring its resources back to where they once were. So sorry for taking such a long time to ask that question, but I'm still really kind of bothered by all that.
I think the Spike Road property, it's a piece of the one spot trail that's been within the rural parks service for a long, long time to try to realize that one spot trail connection, that linear park that goes all the way from the border of Courtney to, I think, the Oyster River is the corridor. And so the opportunity to purchase that Spike Road property came at a time when there was not the regional park service in place. And so it is a rural park. It's part of the rural one spot trail property acquisition strategy. And so that property now is purchased and it's part of this ABC Park service. I think, like Mark says, the work of the Regional Parks Committee going forward now is really to then define how does it operate? What is its focus moving forward? Is it purchasing new lands? Is it doing something with existing parks within existing services, whether they be municipal or rural? But that's the work that this new Regional Parks Committee is going to have to undertake.
Yeah, thanks. And that's a good point. And right now it sits with an advisory or technical group that's doing all this analysis of what priorities should be for the regional parks function, and eventually we'll get called to the table as directors. But from an electoral area perspective, I don't know what's going to be in the report. Like, we're giving a hint by staff that maybe existing parts won't be included, but I think it would make sense for us as a group to come forward and say that places like Nim Falls and Seal Bay should be regional in scope. They are very much used regionally. So I think there would be a case to be made by us, whether it gets accepted by the other partners, that's to be determined. But for me, they're clearly regional in profile. So I say we should advocate for that if we want that, because the status quo will be they probably won't be, and it'd be just all new parks. And I raised the question at the board, that new property, that 40 acres that we're getting, right? It's is it regionally significant? Is that something that should live in our service, or the other one? This is brand new. When we're asked to contribute to Morrison Creek, what does that look like? So those are, I think it'd be good to have kind of a common front in the principle that existing parks should not be necessarily next, from my perspective. But I also agree that I don't ever see a merger of the two parks concept, because I think, like staff explained, you know, if the place in Fanny Bay, probably the municipalities would want to fund the place in Fanny Bay, but not the one in Black Creek. I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean? Like, I think we got 72 parks. We probably have 3 or 4 that are of real regional significance. I'd say let's focus our advocacy with our municipal colleagues to get those larger ones included.
Edwin?
Yeah, my only caution would be not to scare those munis off at this point, because it took us 12 years to get them to wrap their brains around the concept that was, you know, already adopted by Cowichan Valley, Nanaimo, Capital. They've already got the regional parks. We don't. And, you know, we're certainly not coming to this table empty-handed. I mean, look at the new park out by Williams Beach there. I mean, that's worth a few bucks. So, you know, if right now there's zero money in the regional parks function, this would be the first year of tax requisition. I think we're going to raise a whopping, what, 260,000 or something for the first year. So it is fairly insignificant, but you know, we finally got Cumberland and Courtney and Comox to think together on this. Mind you, they set the threshold pretty high, because it's any decision has to be supported by 0.75% to purchase, and I think it's 2/3 for operations. So you know, they're getting their brains around it now. The Spike Road thing, it was a bit of a fiasco. I mean, we could have picked it up for probably $600,000 10 years ago. And we thought, well, we'll wait for a better deal. Well, of course, you never get a better deal on real estate. But it does have a lot of environmental features, being that it's a bog is significant in that regard. It's certainly not a farm. And the guy played silly buggers right from the get-go. He said that his real estate agent didn't tell him there was a right-of-way running right through his barn. But this is in the public. I'm sorry if you're still listening. But, you know, I think it's a start, it's a foot in the door. And the one spot trail is something that's been in play now for what, 22 years or something. So it's a long game. Like you say, some of these parks are definitely regional significance. So, you know, we'd be bringing an awful lot to the table. And if you want to actually go and borrow money to buy, say, you know, the Puntlish Triangle or something, you know, or the Puntlish River area, I won't use the L word, then you're going to need to go to the municipal financial authority to borrow money at prime plus one or whatever. And having this in the bank, the land bank, would give you that oomph to be able to go and actually get that kind of money when you need it to buy those pieces that won't come up again. They'll never be available again. So there is a rationale behind the bigger picture, but I think it's going to be up to us to lead them by the hand, the thresholds of parks.
Thanks. So I guess moving forward here in regards to the agenda item then, receipt the report. Oh, sorry, Adam, another question?
It's just a question to Mark, I guess. The beach fire program, 50 grand to do a bare bones one and 10 grand for wood. And I know we have a wood smoke issue, but when you burning clean, dry alder, there's not a lot of smoke to it. So I'm just wondering, there's an opportunity to, I think at one point, Comox was sort of open to coming to the table with some funding for that. So I'm just wondering if we're going to pursue it this year.
Sorry, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Director Grieve. So the beach fire program, I haven't included that cost within this budget. That would be something that if you support, then we could add back in. But it would be 50,000 as a bare bones. This year we do have firewood, so that 10,000 wouldn't be a cost this year, but it would be a cost moving forward. But I do caution the directors on bringing that forward. It hasn't been there for 3 years now. The use of portable hibachis and propane barbecues is still allowed and will continue to be allowed there. But my biggest concern is just the amount of visitation that park gets. That park gets, 2,000 plus visitors daily a year there. There's very limited parking. It's on a very narrow, small strip. And that is creating ecological challenges and operational challenges for us. And as you add other programs to that space, you're gonna increase those challenges. But obviously that is completely up to the directors, whether you want to fund that or not. Comox hasn't come to me with any money to fund that program.
But if there should be money in reserve, should we decide to pick up on it later on after budget. So this is not the drop dead point for that, because I think there's a lot of public support. Maybe I know we even had a transit bus, a beach bus at one time. I don't think it was discontinued due to lack of use, but maybe it should be a bicycle park. Thanks.
Daniel?
I mean, other than my area contributing money, I look to the two of you, but I think it's clearly a divisive issue, that one. So if you decide to reanimate it, I think we'll bear the consequence of that decision. Thanks.
Just when you mention propane fire rings, the fire chief, Gord, and the town of Comox doesn't like the idea of propane tanks rattling around people's trunks. So he doesn't think it's a good idea.
If I could, I think the fire chief didn't think that there were any issues with regards to getting the fire pits up and going again. I know during my time of banging on doors throughout August, September, and October, there was a lot of support in regards to the ability to be able to have a fire down at the beach at a Goose Spit, rather than having to go up past way past Lazo Road out towards Williams Beach, even further north to Story Creek to turn around to go up there and have a little beach fire and roast some hot dogs or some marshmallows with their kids. So my campaigning, during my campaign, I had a lot of people, not just from Area B, but even talking with folks in town of Comox, like, yes, we'd love to see that ability to have those fire down there. So I'm sure if there was some communication with the town of Comox with regards to whether or not they might want to participate in some funding towards that project, I'm sure we might be getting some support from the town of Comox on that as well. So it wouldn't hurt to have a conversation with the town of Comox, I wouldn't think. Thanks. Good with receipt? Great. Moving one, recommendation one, great, vote. Voting on one. Thank you. We're carried recommendation number one, recommendation number two.
Second.
Thank you. Vote number two. Okay, great. We're carried. Recommendation number two is good. And I guess we're going into agenda item number 21.
6:30.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark.
And Mr. Chair, Kevin DeVille will introduce the library board report. Kevin.
Come on, Kevin, keep up over there. Guess I better put your mic on.
Thank you once again through the chair to the director. So yeah, a brief presentation here for the function 630 budget, Vancouver Island Regional Library, and then certainly welcome any questions. So as noted there, the service was established back in 1995, and its sole purpose is to provide contributions towards the rural area's participation in the Vancouver Island Regional Library District. This particular service is funded near exclusively by the way of tax requisition. And for 2023, the estimated tax rate, residential tax rate is just about 13 cents per thousand. Which is up slightly from last year, and I'll be speaking to that momentarily. So for a house assessed at 800,000, that would equate to a tax impact of $102.88. And the participants in this particular service are the three electoral areas, given that the municipalities contribute separately through their own allocations from the library district. As noted there, and I'll be speaking to the library budget in a moment, but this increased levy that we're seeing for 2023 is literally to allow the library district to maintain its current service levels, given they're dealing with a lot of the same inflationary and cost increase pressures that we are as certainly local governments. And as a reminder, the annual levy for this particular service, or the way the library district allocates their cost to their member local governments, is through a 50% population, 50% assessment basis. To give you a sense of kind of how that's kind of played out, the population increase for our CDRD electoral areas was about 3.14% from 2022, and that's compared to about 1.6% across the remainder of the VIRL service area. With respect to the assessment side, the increase in our electoral area assessments was 36.65% from 2022. And reminder that given that the library district does adopt their budget in the fall, so they adopted that back in September, they're using actually the 2022 revised assessment rolls to determine that. So we're kind of that one step out. So that 36.65% increase overall on assessments year over year was in comparison to about 30.74% across the remainder of their service area. So it's a combination of the increased request from the regional library, plus the fact that both our assessments and population figures are increasing at a greater rate than the rest of the service area. And as I noted, VRL does prepare an annual 5-year financial plan and sets the levies for each municipality and regional district at that time. And that particular financial plan for 23-27 was adopted back on September 24th and can be found in the link I've provided in the presentation and in the staff report. And this is a quick snapshot back to the proposed budget. As you can see, it's nearly exclusively requisition. And then the operating budgets, the increase of 167,000 is really driven by that requested increase in the allocation from the regional library to support the service. Overall, that means about 11% increase to our levy, and that's supporting an overall requisition increase across all of the participating local governments of about 8.1%. So again, we're slightly higher than that average because of those changes in assessment and population that I just spoke to. And with that, I'm certainly happy to answer any questions.
Daniel?
Yeah, thanks. So I was at the AGM this weekend on Saturday, and I got reelected to the executive on libraries. Obviously 39 different jurisdictions, all the way from Masset down to Souk. So a pretty big co-op. And in terms of the Comox Valley, I'd say we do stand out by the amount of branches we have, minus Area C. That's got difficulty of access, and I actually raised that along with your new colleague in Area D, Mr. John. We did raise that. So you know, we're doing our 5-year strategic plan right now, and we just received the comments back. And at the very top, very clearly, of the values is reconciliation. And so that's probably going to drive in, and I'll tell you how that translates. Like right now, we're in the process of looking at a new branch in Masset that's been in work for some times, but now the library has gone to chief and council before we do anything, and they've already providing enormous input both into the potential design and as well the kind of program and the use that their members could have. And so it's not like that work wasn't happening, but it's going to get even more elevated, both on the facilities and the operations. So that was really neat. And then the second thing in regards to, I did raise communities that like Area C that don't really have a branch, and there's currently no plans to open up new branches. But we are looking at enhancing libraries in the community program. Like you probably know, at KFN, they brought programs on National Aboriginal Day. They bring their staff. So it's bringing programs and activities and books in areas that don't necessarily get out of the bricks and mortar, which is where libraries started. So that's what we learned through the history of libraries. It used to be very much pop-up mobile kind of operation. So I know that especially for Edwin's area where there is no branches, especially Merville, you know, they have access to the in town, but when you get to Black Creek, it's pretty far. So you're not the only one in the system. And that's why I think in strategic planning, we say, how do we bring value to members that are a little farther away from a bricks and mortar building?
Always good to bring it up, I will.
Being that there's no more questions, vote to receive.
Group recommendation.
Vote. Carried. All right, number 22. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Doug DeMarzo will be introducing staff reports on 22, 23, and 24 relating to community facilities services.
Doug.
Doug.
So are we going to order dinner?
May I have to? Thanks, Doug.
Well, through the chair, these were put together in hopes we don't have to order dinner. But anyway, I just wanted to mention before I get started, we all have different means of community halls, and we've all talked about them a fair bit over the years. But one thing to think about is the community halls are also an inclusive place to be brave, which eventually leads to the ability to either adapt or build resiliency. So some of these bravery moments for people are, maybe it's an entertainment, like maybe it's the first time you get to dance, or maybe it's the first time you take the stage ever in your life. Or maybe you're 55 and it's the first time you take a swing at a pickleball. Who knows, right? It's kind of where community halls lead. And then what we're finding more and more now with our emergency preparedness as well, community halls recognize their role in their community and are willing and wanting to step up to help in those instances. So there's a few new pieces that we often think about the traditional aspects of community halls. With that, I'll get started on this budget presentation. Basically, we're looking at the Denman, Hornby, Puntledge North, and Bay Sound facilities. And I don't actually know there. Go around for that. And of note, there's Hornby Island. And these are basically your assessed value, your payments per 1,000 on $800,000 assessed home. And I'm going to have to actually pull up my presentation now because I can't actually see that first word. $52.24. And Puntledge North is about $17.68. Bay Sound's about $9.76, with Denman Island rounding off at $66. And the primary purpose of the CVRD's role is really just to provide grant funding to help support these hall operations and their upgrades, and they're run by their own boards and their own decision-making within themselves. We look at the long-term capital needs from a fiscal responsibility standpoint, and we try and guide them to a variety of funding sources to meet those, and they're also look themselves for a variety of funding sources. The collaboration groups that we started in COVID are continuing and have been pretty helpful to a lot of the halls in recognizing different ways through community partnerships. And basically, as I noted to a little earlier, we're just there from a support function, and the boards are, in some light, we've talked about different boards and their capacities. I'd say the community hall boards are still mostly in good standing. They're still able to attract members from their community to be on them. There's a few instances where it's a little harder to attract to secretary or treasury type positions, but that's kind of standard, I'd think. One thing that we talked about last year was some of the community halls capital improvements that they hope to complete. A lot of them, were just coming out of COVID and getting back into programming, and weren't able to move forward on some of their capital aspirations. So a lot of that's been carried forward in the budgets that you'll see in front of you. One exception to that was Merville did complete their septic system, which was good to see. And we're still working on the draft funding agreements that we talked about bringing forward to help clarify our role and their role in the new service delivery. We've had funding agreements with Hornby and Denman for a long time, and we're just working on the ones with Puntledge North and Bay Sound. And it's just a matter of a communication process. So I don't actually expect to see those signed until probably like September, October this year, as we work through the drafts and get a good understanding. So we've been meeting with a lot of the boards in the last couple of months regarding those. That will continue here as we continue on. So we do have a few hall upgrades that we're hoping to see undertaken. We have 30,000 to assist with flood repairs at Fanny Bay. We have another 30,000 to assist with the new roof at Union Bay, as well as 10,000 for heat upgrades in the Halby Hall, as well as again Hornby Denman a little bit later. Another piece of work that we've talked about amongst the group is looking at building condition assessments to help them with their asset management. So we'll be talking about an approach for that. So you might see something new next year in the budget that looks at maybe a group approach to building condition assessments. And this year we found Merville and Fanny Bay Hall were more or less consistent with their ask last year, but another look forward, we'll be working with in 2023 with those two halls in particular to address some of their needs. And that might change our 5-year outlook plan that hasn't been presented to you today, but it's some discussions that are happening with Merville and Fanny Bay as we move through 2023. So on that, most halls are staying relatively the same, and I noted that Hornby Island Hall, there being an exception, their budget there includes $50,000 in capital to again go towards their new roof. You'll see that roofs are becoming a common theme throughout community halls, which I'm sure is one of the higher or lower life expectancies, running from 20 years to maybe 50, depending on what type of roof they have. And then the Denman Seniors and Museums also looking at putting some reserves aside, $5,250 to do a roof project in a few years. And Denman Island Rec Commission Society, which is the main Denman Island Hall, continues with their $25,000 investments into their minor capital projects as they move forward. So before I get to questions, I just wanted to let you know the comparative budgets compared to last year. Denman has an increase of about 3,000, Bay Sound an increase of about 500, and Punt Ledge and Hornby have an increase of 0. So just relatively the same. And at that point, I will open it up to questions to the group.
Mr. Herbert?
Thanks. Yeah, I think moving into creating a service that is comprehensive for all halls last term was definitely one of the highlights, I think, of our last term, to make sure that all of these halls are supported on a more regular basis. And I'm glad you opened up with a bit of the value of halls kind of quote on there. So that's appreciated. One of my disappointment was how low the requisition is for Bain Sound halls. It's $9 per person per residence, and you see the level of service at Black Creek, Hornby, and Denman. So there's a huge gap there. And I have to say, because in Area A, I continue even at the door to hear people with the full contribution to the rec commission and the distance of those facilities. I still feel like down south, we could use a recreation coordinator or somebody that helps and utilizes those facilities. So I'll leave it at that for now. I don't have any motions towards that, but I know I've just planted a seed. And in terms of potential capital support, 30,000. I mean, I'm hoping the last I talked with Union Bay Hall, they're still going for a roof, and I'm sure the cost has increased a bit. So if it needs to be a little bit higher on our part, I guess they're applying for a grant. So we'll find out more later, but obviously I'm supportive. Great to see the 30,000 for Fanny Bay. What about the playground at Union Bay? Is there any consideration on our side?
We've asked them to come forward with a letter of request if and when they're ready. So
and they haven't done so yet.
Kind of left it in their ballpark. I do see Mark Harrison in here. I don't think he's heard anything more. So
Okay.
They got their hands full.
Thanks for that feedback. Thank you, Chair.
Edwin?
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you mentioned a rec coordinator or something like that, because I think a little staff time, a little help with grant writing and all that stuff will go a long, long way, because there's a big discrepancy between the associations. Some of them are hanging on by their nails. Others are flourishing. Black Creek, like I said, they went and got that same grant for their outdoor space, and it's all built and shiny and new. Whereas one of the other halls, isn't as effective, are aware of granting programs and what have you. Coordination. I mean, we've got 2 halls in Area C. The one is, and we got 4 halls in Area C, but one of the 2 big ones, one is more of a multiple use space with a daycare and exercise rooms, and the other one is just a great big space, great for performances. They have concerts there all the time. Used to play basketball and floor hockey and stuff, but the demographics change, right? But one of the questions I keep getting asked is, can we get insurance somehow through the MIA? And you can't, because they're all separate societies. So that's a non-starter. But I'm sure there's some. If we had somebody that was even some part-time help on the grant writing end of it, some of the administration end of it, some of the coordinating end of it, because some halls are better situated and able to supply different needs than the other ones, et cetera, et cetera. So if there was some place that where they could, where all the information could come and be coordinated, it would really help out, especially some of the underperforming halls. And we have to hang on to them because, like you say, they're critical when it comes down to emergency planning. They're critical, the social cohesion, all that stuff. The world is changing, but these halls do still have a purpose. So that would be my request, that we somehow find some part-time staff assistant to move them forward.
Through the chair. It's a good point. And at the most recent community hall collaboration meeting, we did introduce all the halls to a grant writer. And I think Albee Hall and another hall maybe are partnering for a certain grant, but we, from a staffing perspective, we have no staff available to assist more than we're already doing. So it would need to be something we could consider as part of our staffing plan. And maybe if that was the true willingness of this committee, then we probably need some direction on that.
You guys have your ears around, right?
Yeah, we do. And that's where we communicate through those collaboration meetings, but that's to the extent of it. We collaborate out and then we've introduced grant writers to them. And from a programming side, we've done nothing but obviously introduce new ideas to programming, but it's up to them to take the initiative. So that's the reality of the situation. And this can be a challenge for us to change that for a number of reasons. Firstly, they're independent boards and may not really want our help, but I think the collaboration groups work well. But if you're looking for something more, then we'd need further direction on that.
Sorry, I think James is going to pipe in there.
Well, I was just going to suggest this could be something more transformative, more involved, and it might be something that you would think about through your EA strategic planning as a priority focus for the not coming months, but a little bit longer term. So it could be something that you bring up through strategic planning for the EAs.
Yeah, and for our Area B director, I remember before Christmas, I mentioned that even if we wanted to add, if there was interest on their part, I would be amenable to offering to include the KFN hall into the service, which would require service amendments. So I'm just replanting that seed in case it was lost.
Thanks, Daniel. Yeah, it's a discussion to have once we get through all of this process. So if I could, Doug, just a quick question in regards to an issue that Edmund brought up with regards to all the various halls having to pay insurance, and there being different associations. There wasn't that ability to kind of get into one nest egg where everybody could get covered. I'm just wondering, is there the ability to have an association that all those associations hang under, that you could get that insurance? Because I know through the BC Shellfish Growers Association, they have that means with regards to all the different farmers, because they belong to that one particular big association, they're able to fall under a blanket bond of some sort with regards to insurance. So I just asked that question.
Pass it to finance and then I'll add to it if I see necessary.
Any more questions? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Kim.
Nope. Thank you, Chair. To the directors, yeah, I can provide a little bit of information on that. So the directors may be aware that MIABC does have what they call kind of an associate member program. It is something we have taken a look at in the past. I mean, community halls, do represent a bit of a different beast, and there are definitely some risk liabilities that would need to be taken into consideration. At this point, I do not believe community halls would be eligible for that program, just given the nature of the activities that they take on. But however, the nonprofit sector does have some opportunities, and this is where my past nonprofit experience comes into play, where they could kind of reach out to broader organizations, such as Imagine Canada, which represents a number of nonprofits across Canada. There is what's called Charity Village as well. And then there are other organizations that provide kind of pooling, I guess if you want to call it, of nonprofits to look at kind of sharing, kind of information, or insurance coverage. So there's certainly a number of opportunities there. that we could certainly kind of propose to them to consider. With respect to kind of the services and where they're at, I just wanted to provide some additional context. So, recognizing this year 2 of the establishment of a couple of these new service areas, and we were really kind of building these off of the contributions that a lot of those halls that were still under the grant and aid or rural community grant program at that time as a baseline. We are certainly using these first few formative years in these services to really understand these organizations better, and to really get a sense, as Doug alluded to, kind of what their future needs will be, including their minor capital upgrades and whatnot, and that will certainly drive what future iterations of our financial plans could look like. I think something like a region-wide condition assessment would really provide some value. It would really give us a sense of where are all of these facilities at, what are their more pressing needs are, what's the criticality of that, and therefore we can start potentially prioritizing some of that. It's early stages at this point as far as kind of really getting ourselves around that work.
I'll just add a quick comment on the insurance as well. We did look at it with a subcommittee through the community halls a couple of years ago when they had their big 40% increases. And unfortunately, we only looked at private insurers in a group kind of purchase. And I think we looked at 5 or 6 and they all came back saying no. It was really based on, it's a bricks and mortar structure. And the insurance companies were interested in only doing the individual buildings. They would be happily take on 6 or 7 separate policies, but it was around that structure. So the association models was something that I'll give some more thought to and see if do a little research on. I think it may have some merit, but the private industry we didn't quite shape it that way. So it might be a different way to ask the question. So thank you for that comment.
Thanks. Any more questions? Vote on receipt, the report. Thanks, carried. Vote.
Yeah, move to.
Second. So I think we're actually
Still voting on.
receipt on 23.
Yeah.
Receipt on 23.
Should we vote receipt on 23?
Okay, we're on 23.
Yeah. Now, motion on recommendation 1. Thank you. Vote on 1. Perfect. Call carried. Recommendation 2.
Second.
Thank you. Vote. Excellent. All carried on number 2 as well.
Receipt.
Here we go.
Second.
Report. Hey, we got to number 24. Who thought? We're done?
Onto the recommendation.
Okay, so our motion for recommendation,
Okay, second.
vote. Carried.
New business 1.
Wow.
Second, new business,
New business,
number 1.
request.
Correspondence.
So motion to receive.
Just received it, okay.
Staff speaking. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is correspondence which was submitted to the regional district, and as it does relate to an existing service of the board, then that it is here for receipt by the directors. If you have any specific questions, we can try to take a response to it. Alternatively, the committee can refer it to staff for further information, or can simply just receive it and proceed.
Yeah, thanks.
Daniel?
I mean, the request is reasonable in terms of, I guess, vibration not being included in our noise bylaw. So perhaps we could could get a brief report from staff looking at our options to amend the noise bylaw, but perhaps we could give until after budget time. I don't think it's in the next 3 months, they could come back with a report, or 3 or 4 months.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that you noticed that the letter, this particular individual was driven to the point of almost being crazy with the noise happening in construction across the street. And it went on for quite a while, and there was no recourse. One would think at the very least that the general contractor would have tried to somehow reach an agreement. So maybe we need some teeth in our bylaw around this. So if it does occur again, because yeah, I mean, basically she couldn't even sleep for like 3 months. So if we get a report, then we can see, you know, what other jurisdictions have done and whether we can work it into our bylaws.
So I think Alana may be able to shed some light on this and provide some context around what a report may not be able to provide to the directors.
Welcome back, Alana.
Thanks, James. Through Mr. Chair, that is it. The report would speak to what options we might have available. We cannot regulate vibration noise through the noise bylaw powers. So this would be looking for a new tool that might be available to regional districts. So definitely not an easy one. Part of the concern that this resident is raising is noise related to the operation of the heating equipment during construction. And so that is, and I'm not in any way making comment on the level of frustration that the residents have, but that is a key part of construction during the cold weather months and being able to air out those buildings to prepare them for the next stage. So it is a big adjustment in communities when they start to see commercial construction that they haven't seen maybe in the entire time that they've lived in an area. So this is new. I would just say that our options will be very limited and our authorities are very limited in this regard, but we can certainly report back if that is your wish.
If I could ask a question in regards to just good neighbor practices. And I think if somebody's putting forward an issue concern with regards to, hey, you're keeping me up from 12 o'clock and midnight to 6 a.m. Is there something that we can do? Like, I mean, is there some decency, common sense with regards to having a discussion with the developer or whatever to say, hey, look, here's the issue, here's the concerns. Can we have some common sense kind of kick in here with regards to trying to address the situation? And I get and understand, you know, people need to work and they need to dry gear and everything else out, but people also need to be able to sleep as well. So I think if we can, you know, I don't know if enforcement officer can go out and just say hello, or if it's the CAO, or if it's the director, or, you know, we all go out there with our sheeping hooks and say, come on, let's, you know, have some common sense prevail. I think would, you know, let's just do a little bit more. If we can show that we're being a little bit more proactive, and I know staff probably has, but in regards to trying to address the neighbor's concern here, but also try and figure out what we can do to help the developer out, I think there's got to be some common ground there, I would think.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may ask through the staff, was it just the diesel space heaters she was talking about, or was there actually compressors going on in the middle of the night?
Through Mr. Chair, my understanding it's a vibration associated with the heating system. So I'm not, but we'll come back to you in this report.
Yeah, you wouldn't think those space heaters would make much noise. They're just basically a heater.
I think it is the generator that's required to.
The generator.
Yeah.
So yeah, then you do have noise issues.
Look who's here.
But is there a means of coming up with some rubber mats that the generator can sit on? Is there an insulated box or something that the generator could sit on where there's some
generators too?
Yeah, I mean, let's try and find some solutions here instead of putting everybody through agony.
Let's receive it and then see what staff can do.
Thank you. So receive the letter. I guess that's what we're doing, right? Okay.
And I'll move it, these refer this to staff. Bring back and this week.
Thank you. A second.
Thanks, carried. Sorry, that was the motion, right? So we need to vote now? Okay. Vote. Carried, thanks. Thanks, Lena.
Holy cow, look where we're at. We got a new business.
Sorry, we got, Danielle, we got new business?
Yeah, thank you. And if my memory corrects me right, at the very start of the meeting, we had a delegation from Denman Island for covered space. It feels like 6 months ago, but it was this morning. And I said under new business, I would propose a motion that we assign staff to bring back a report on, that they bring back for the board a consideration of a community works contribution for the covered space. Second.
So that's the motion, right?
Yeah.
Now we're looking for a vote.
In favor.
Carried.
Move to be adjourned in camera.
Second.
Carried.
901 A, E, and A.
Breaks.
Do we